out exactly what happened. I think we're in for a long ride on that one.
Is Bill Harwood still available in Florida? I'm not quite sure whether Bill is at his microphone stationed yet.
Yes, I am, Dan. Go ahead.
Well, Bill, I want to go to Bob Orr in Washington in just a moment, but I want you to bring us up to date. You've been, and let me say this personally and directly to you, you've been terrific with the coverage today. What are you hearing from your sources there now at the moment, and what do you think the most important things are for us to have it in mind at this hour?
Well, as you said, Dan, as we've been saying all morning, it's very difficult to look at the video and try to connect the dots and figure out from that, from a vehicle 200,000 feet up going 12,500 miles an hour, exactly what's happening. Clearly, they're focusing on a structural failure of some sort. I mean, that much my sources are unanimous on. You have to understand, though, you could have multiple things that could lead to that. You could have flight computer issues that made the wing flaps not perform properly. The shuttle was in a left-hand bank, a 63-degree bank at the moment they lost contact. That roll maneuver, they call it, used to slow down a little bit as you set up for landing, started at 8:59 a.m., right before the loss of contact. If you did anything that causes the shuttle to rapidly or depart from that trajectory, structural breakup could occur. No question about it, but it's not clear what caused it. Could be a hydraulic problem, could be a failure of the wing itself. All of these things are possible. We don't have any hard numbers yet or any data from NASA, but clearly they're focusing on the left wing area of the spacecraft.
Bill Harwood covering for us in Florida. We go to Washington. Bob Orr, our aviation expert. Bob, the investigation is just being formed up, but what do we know about it?
It's going to take some time, Dan. I think it's a fair bet that NASA knows more than it has said so far, because unlike an airplane crash, where in a crash you have to retrieve those famous black boxes that people know about, NASA's getting real-time data from the shuttle.
As well as the military. We know already that there are some reserve units out there. We just saw Ed Lavandera's report from Texas, where we do see some military personnel out there securing the scenes. So it's a coordinated effort with the Federal Emergency Management Agency as the lead agency for these recovery efforts. Miles?
You know, it's, as we send it over to Nick Furman, who's sitting beside you there, Mike, not only is this potentially dangerous, but wouldn't it be a terrible shame if somebody decided to take, in a sick way, take a souvenir, and perhaps that's the piece that could have solved the puzzle.
That's exactly right. You know, please, and I want to stress this to our viewers, don't let your ghoulish curiosity get the best of you. Yes, you know, this is a very important thing. These aren't souvenirs. This is evidence. Miles?
Nick Furman, what are your thoughts at this point about what we can anticipate hearing from NASA in the next hours, next few days?
Well, certainly, you're going to hear what they believe the flight track was and so on. There's some practical issues, I think, that have to be addressed, and one is certainly what's going to happen to the astronauts who are on the International Space Station. You know, there's a crew up there. There's probably not a good way to pick them all up at once using a shuttle, at least not for the next year or so.
All right, but we should point out, Nick, they have a Soyuz capsule sitting there. It's essentially their escape pod. If they needed to leave, they could, right?
Yes, and I think it's a whole issue of whether you want to abandon the space station. If you have you know, are we going to make that kind of a turn at this point? It's really way too early to say, but I think that's something that needs to be addressed by NASA up front as to how we're going to deal with this over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and the space station does change the dynamic significantly. We didn't have, obviously, an occupied space station in the days of Challenger, and that may impact a lot of decision making as we look at, let's look at a picture of debris here that we want to just show you. Nick, your thoughts on that, how that might impact just a still image that we've gotten of just one of what are probably hundreds of pieces of the space
It's hard to say exactly what that is. Obviously, most people are going to be very interested to get to the crew compartment in the mid-deck and try and locate it.
Yeah.
Biggest problem...
Could it survive intact, Nick?
It could, depending on exactly how it was breached, whether the breach occurred back in the airframe or around you know, the wings of the shuttle, or whether it occurred further forward where some of the comm was lost initially. And so, you know, it's way too early to know. Hopefully, we'll get some. We'll be lucky and have some pictures of this as it occurred from some national security assets or some other assets that may have been watching it at the time.
Let's look at that picture one more time. One thing we didn't note. For our viewers, you notice the red, white, and blue ribbon, the red roses, or carnations, I guess, in that case, marking the place. Mike Brooks, there's a phone number we're putting on there. And we've been telling folks to call 911. NASA is putting out a number as well. I guess either will work, right?
I'd say either will work, yes, but since it is spread over such a large area, I think it's important that our viewers know this particular number, and it's on our screen right now. It's area code 281-483-3388. This will take you right into the Johnson Space Flight Center. Now, they only want you to call that number if you have seen or you've found any debris that you feel is part of the shuttle, as part of the Columbia. Please call that number. Again, that number is area code 281-483-3388. Miles?
Let me, Mike, we are, by the way, momentarily, we should be seeing this news conference to begin at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Shuttle Program Manager Ron Dittemore, the Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. Let's take it back to Randy Avila. Randy, we were talking earlier about this piece that struck the orbiter, the left wing, as it rose to orbit. That particular piece might have been a piece of ice, might have been a piece of foam from the external tank. It's a problem NASA was pretty aware of and has been a problem in the past, hasn't it?
The launch environment, ignition of the main engines, and then 6 seconds later ignition of the large solid rocket boosters, it's about 125 decibels of noise and vibration as well. So anything that's really not secure at the pad could impact the orbiter. There's also a Venturi effect created by the large flow rate of the flame coming out of the solid rocket boosters and the main engines that tends to draw a vacuum down into the flame holes and into the flame trench. And that can actually transport loose objects down along the orbiter, down along the external tank and boosters. But I say again, the first step in making a wrong conclusion is to speculate. And I understand that you asked that because I have also confirmed through telephone calls to the Kennedy Space Center that that has been a concern this week.
Yeah, they were looking at it. The people I talked to put it on the level of low-grade interest. Well documented, well researched as it always is, but the final thought was that it didn't cause any significant damage.
NASA has an ICE team, for example, that inspects during the countdown for safety to launch. The beanie cap, the little white cap on the very top of the external tank, is retracted just a couple of minutes or a minute or less prior to launch, somewhere in that very end of countdown. And there is a possibility of ice reforming. I was at the Kennedy Space Center for this launch, and the weather was just extraordinarily beautiful. But you're talking about hydrogen at 400 degrees below zero inside the external fuel tank, in the base of the external fuel tank, and liquid oxygen in the top of the fuel tank at minus 283 Fahrenheit. So it's a thermos bottle with tremendously cold temperatures. So the atmosphere around the day of launch, the time of temperature, is a secondary question as in regard to the temperature inside the external tank.
All right, Randy Avila, stand by. We want you to listen to this briefing with us. Let's go to the governor of Texas, Rick Perry, who is speaking right now. Not sure precisely where he is, maybe Austin. Let's listen in.
I want to reemphasize a note of caution to all those living in North and East Texas and into western Louisiana. If you spot shuttle debris, do not touch it, do not go near it. Shuttle materials could pose a grave risk to human health because of the toxic repellents used aboard the space shuttle. If you find debris, please call local authorities immediately to tell them of the location. This information also can be reported through a toll-free number, 800-525-5555.
All right, we're going to go now to Kyle Herring and ultimately Ron Dittemore, screen left, Milt Heflin, screen right, NASA's Johnson Space Center. Let's listen to a more technical briefing.
And then we'll throw it open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
I'm sure you understand how difficult a time this is for us right now. We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. And we're learning to deal with that. There's certainly a somber mood in our teams as we continue to try to understand the events that occurred. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Ilan. True heroes. And we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. As difficult as this is for us to do, we wanted to meet with you and be as fair and open with you given the facts as we understand them today. We will certainly be learning more as we go through the coming hours, days, and weeks. We'll tell you as much as we know. We'll be as honest as we can with you. And certainly we'll try to fill in the blanks over the coming days and weeks. As difficult a situation as this is, we are moving forward. We have established a number of different teams. We have contingency plans for just these types of events, though we never expect to use them. We have implemented these contingency plans. We are preserving data. We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful. And we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered. We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately. But at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. Good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and it's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Milt.
First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today, were marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, you know, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard hydraulic systems, and this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear tire wheel well, brake line and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time, the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple of minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the left side of the vehicle, the left wing area. The off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost their measurements. Don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest minute. Around 7:59, then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tire temperatures and pressures off-scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sensed on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was flying with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3. And the flight control team during this time, again, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day. That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone, and please give your name and affiliation first. And we're going to start here in Houston and then go around to the other NASA centers. So let me see a show of hands, and we'll try to get somebody to you. Let's just start right here along the front row and work this way.
Hi, Melissa Jacobs with the Fox News Network. Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us.
Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions that you're going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Well, of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence. We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in a McCool facility in Louisiana where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on a path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled Progress launch tomorrow, and that Progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, certainly there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster.
Okay.
My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin. And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human spaceflight. It piques our interest, it captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning, immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land. One phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet, I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. I received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also.
Well, yeah, it is, the community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these. And each time you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The space flight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together.
Okay, thanks.
Eric Berger with the Houston Chronicle. Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was, and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now. No.
An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire.
Okay, right over here.
Chris Heinbaugh with WFAA TV in Dallas. You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m. We did have another set of 4 measurements. in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbiter, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and a crew, and a call might go to the crew. These were measurements that did not have, we have many measurements on board. Not all of them are enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication. We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, you know, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him.
I'm Brian Sasser, KPRC-TV here in Houston. We had heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern, and that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us. And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was the cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get that gentleman right back behind him.
Ryan Korsgaard from KVUE TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
Well, there's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. Stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a roll reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue, and so we were getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay. Anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding that, whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working, and they're all result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly trained for it many, many times over. So it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it as they were trained to do and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, and all this happened in a very short period of time, we knew that something was not right. Now you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of a spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalk. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability. As you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay. On this particular mission, there was no remote manipulator system. There was no arm. And so all we had trained to do from a spacewalk perspective were those things that might be an emergency, or a latch did not work in the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair of tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, grab right there next to you. No, right here next, yeah.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle was, debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
It's news, isn't it?
Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dittmore, Ann Gesselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
Let's see, you respond about the Mission Control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that, and I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Get this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron, Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches area from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from the Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good communication going about that. He grew up on an Air Force base, Fairchild Air Force Base, Spokane, Washington. I also grew up in Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. He went to the same grade school I did. We had a very common early beginning, but I told him that I was his pathfinder. And so we had a good relationship. And we talked many times about how he had met his wife in Spokane. I also met my wife in Spokane. His parents lived there. My parents lived there. My wife's parents lived there. A lot of commonality. I'm going to miss Mike. I'm going to miss the closeness that we had.
Okay, you reach this person right there.
Sanjay Bhatt, Cox News Service and Palm Beach Post. We heard earlier today that this crew was very passionate about the work they were doing, the scientific experiments that they were conducting, and we heard that their loss would not be in vain. What I'm wondering is how many of the experiments aboard, in terms of the data being collected, required that the astronauts in the craft return safely to Earth? And because there were some new laboratory modules on this craft, is there anything to suggest that those could have contributed at all to what we saw?
Well, Ron, I don't have the answer to it. Maybe you do on the number of experiments that we have to have the return of the heart. I don't have that. I'm sure we can get that for you. And I imagine a space hab being on board back in the cargo bay had anything to do with this.
Let me just say something about the science. This vehicle on orbit, we had kind of pinched ourselves over the past 16 days. This vehicle performed flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. Science was a premium. The folks on the ground were just ecstatic with the amount of science that they were reaping, and they were looking forward to getting much of that information back on the ground. Certainly some of it was downlinked to the ground prior to entry. Some of it will be their legacy. Others had to come back and be analyzed, in which that particular part of the science would be lost. But it was an amazing mission, and we were ecstatic over the results and looking forward to talking to the crew and telling them what a great job they had done. And so it is a painful experience for us to lose our friends and recognize that things were going so well and turned out so badly.
Valor Time Magazine, could you share with us the last words that came from the crew?
Well, a while ago, the last transmission that we got was, it had to do, I think a while ago I discussed that there was a measurement that gave an indication to the crew and an alert that they acknowledged. I can't tell you what they said at that time. I don't know what the word was, but it was the sort of thing that when something like that occurs, that the crew's response is fairly typical, just to let the ground know we see that. That's how the routine works, and that was the last transmission from the crew that I am aware of. And I think as we go, through and peel this apart, we'll have more information like that we can share with you.
Okay, I got time for 2 more questions here before I need to go to the other NASA centers. Grab this gentleman and then this young lady on the next row.
Elizabeth Lee with KHWB Television. A brief loss of communication, has that happened before during re-entry? And if so, when you did lose communication, was there still hope that perhaps it was just brief? And at what point did you realize that it was something more grave?
We lose communication from time to time for various reasons. We certainly lose it during the orbit phase. We've lost it sometimes for a whole revolution of 90 minutes. On entry, though, we understand that any dropouts generally are brief. And if they do occur, they occur during the peak heating time frames when the plasma around the vehicle as it is at its maximum extent. And so a brief dropout at this time period is no reason for us to be concerned. Our experience is we gain it back fairly quickly. Our concern at this time was that as we made several calls to them, they did not respond. We made several more calls to them via UHF, which is usually as reliable as anything, and they did not respond. And it became apparent to us that we were in difficult circumstances.
Okay, last question right there. Go ahead.
When you guys first got that anomalous sort of readings where you were unclear of, something strange is going on, at that point, was it a situation where you guys were committed? I mean, there was nothing you could have done about it. As soon as, when you first saw those readings at things went blank or whatever, was there any corrective action whatsoever at that point that you could have done?
Nothing that we could do. Just observe and see if there was going to be any future downstream impact to the landing. In fact, if that's all we did was lose those 12-odd sensors, no impact to this flight at all. We would have come back and repaired the sensors. They don't impact the flying qualities of the vehicle. They don't impact the insight into how we control the vehicle. All they do is provide us information on how the systems performed so that when we turn around the vehicle for the next flight, gives us indications of where we should look. Did not affect and would not affect the flight given just the sensor by itself.
Okay, let's go to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for questions, please.
Yes, this is Marcia Dunn of the Associated Press. Ron, I have a written report from earlier in this flight that there was a potential for a large damage area to the tile, and given that, I'm wondering how and why was it deemed minor by NASA? And do you have any idea how much of a damage area may have been left on the left wing and how big that piece of foam was that came off?
We have a pretty good idea how big the size of foam was. What we don't understand very well was what the actual impact did to the tile. And so we have to use our analysis and our engineering expertise to help us understand how a piece of foam of certain weight and density impacting the wing at certain velocity, what it does to the tile. And our experts gathered together, and we have people in this system that have worked on these tiles since the beginning of the program, and we understand how the tiles function, we understand the tile's ability to withstand damage, we understand the thermal characteristics of the tile both on the surface of the tile and at the base of the tile. And as we got together and reviewed this information, we were convinced technically and analytically that the tile would not, the impact of the debris on the tile would not represent a safety of flight issue. In fact, we were anxious to come back and get the handheld film that the crew takes as soon as they get to orbit of the external tank. As it's moving away, we asked them to take pictures of the external tank so we can understand exactly where the foam was shed from the tank. And we were anxious to get that piece of information because we felt that we needed to analyze it so that it would not occur on future flights. We have a flight readiness review coming up for the next flight. It was scheduled for February the 20th, and we knew we had some technical work to do to make sure that we understood why this piece of debris came off. We were not concerned with Columbia. We felt we had analyzed that, and we felt we understood it such that it was not a thermal concern to us, did not represent a control issue or a safety of flight issue. And again, I'm going to caution you that that is the case today. We have no information that would say that is not the case. We are going to go look at it again to see if there is a connection between what Milt talked to you about and the fact that we had a debris impact on the tile. And there's some other things we need to go look at. The tile is just one. And so we were satisfied that we did the proper work, and across the community, our safety, our quality, our crew members, our flight controllers, and the program management reviewed the technical analysis and agreed to a person that it was not an impact to this flight. So we need to go back and look at that, of course, but that's the events as they unfolded.
Idler from Florida today. I'm sorry to ask another question about the external tank, but has this happened before? Has foam come off the tank? Has it impacted the shuttle? And what were the consequences that you saw?
We had an event on STS-112 just several flights ago where a piece of debris from the same general area was shed by the tank. And this particular debris, and I can't tell you today whether it's of the same general size, but it came from the same general area, and it impacted the aft skirt on one of the boosters. Superficial damage occurred. When we got the booster back in port and looked at it, evaluated it, reviewed it technically, discussed it at the following flight readiness review, which was STS-13. We as an agency, as a shuttle program, decided that that did not represent a technical safety risk to us. We have from time to time debris. Ice can come off the tank, frost, pieces of debris, and they impact the bottom of the vehicle. Several years ago, we had a problem where during the launch phase, we were popcorning pieces of this insulation on a tile. It would effectively reach a certain point in the ascent, and it would popcorn out and impact the bottom of the vehicle, and it would cause damage to the tile, but not damage that was a concern from a safety standpoint, damage that when we got back we had to repair or maybe replace a tile. We have subsequently fixed that problem, and as we were looking at this particular problem of debris shedding in this one bipod region on STS-112, we said, well, we've got an area that we need to fix, and we have a turnaround discussion, but not a safety of flight issue. We flew STS-113. We didn't shed any external tank debris. On STS-107, as we looked at the films on the following day, we saw the same type of debris being shed from the same location. In this case, it didn't impact the booster. It impacted the left wing. So again, 2 occurrences in the last 3 flights is certainly the signal to our team that something has changed. It did not represent, on the first occasion, an alarm from a safety point of view. It represented a turnaround processing issue. As we go forward in our investigation, we're certainly going to look in this area and determine whether or not this was a contributor to the loss of Columbia and the loss of the crew.
This is Mike Cabbage with the Orlando Sentinel. Ron, could you talk a little about who all and what all was involved in the analysis of the tile issue after launch? Did you ever give any thought to using telescopes to look for signs of damage to the orbiter? And if you had detected extensive damage to the TPS, is there anything you could have done with the angle of attack or anything else during re-entry to have reduced stress on that part of the vehicle?
The easy part of that question is there's nothing that we can do about tile damage once we get to orbit. We can't minimize the heating to the point that it would somehow not require a tile. And so once you get to orbit, you're there and you have your tile insulation, and that's all you have for protection on the way home from the extreme thermal heating during re-entry. We have experience in the past of having events that have occurred that we have assessed using other assets to maybe get a close-up look at the bottom of the orbiter. Recall a year or 2 ago, we lost the drag chute door. Right at liftoff, it fell off, and we actually tried to take some pictures of the back end of the vehicle to see what was really there so that we can understand our thermal heating in that case. And those pictures that we received were not very useful to us. So that was part of our background. Combine that, our feeling that we didn't believe the pictures would be very useful to us, with the fact that there was not much, there was zero that we could do about it. And in this case, we elected not even to take the pictures. We believed that our technical analysis was sufficient. We couldn't do anything about it anyway. We were in the best possible position, and so we elected not to take any pictures from any other sources, and that's the way that played out.
Ron and Milt, this is Craig Cavalt with Aviation Week. I'm trying to understand, especially at the first event, the 753 event, specifically where those sensors are located relative to the wing structure or the main body structure. Can you describe that in a little more detail, please?
Yeah, they were located at the left inboard elevon and the left outboard elevon, and recall the elevons are at the back part of the wing. They're the trailing edge of the wing. And the impact, if you were trying to relate tile damage to the elevon, the impact was, of course, on the front edge of the wing. You can't draw any conclusions from this yet. We can't. It's just data that we need to go pore over and understand. If you looked at the sequence of events, Craig, you would see that our first indication was left outboard, which is the trailing edge of the wing. The next indication was left main gear wheel well, which was, it's like it's moving forward toward the front of the wing. But that doesn't mean anything at this point, because how we lost the sensors was, it looks like we just cut the wires. It could be that the wires were being lost at some other location, not on the trailing edge of the wing. And so we've got to piece all this together. We can't say today that there is some significance that the indications started at the trailing edge of the wing and worked themselves forward. We can't say that. Just like we can't say that a debris impact on the front of the wing, a tile, is any reason to conclude that we lost the vehicle. It's just information. It needs to be factored in with a lot of other evidence and analysis. Lots more work to do.
Stefan Kulidan for the New York Times and Popular Mechanics. Ron, I noticed after the disaster, a couple of hours after, that there was a large number of mission controllers standing for quite some time in the control room, and it looked like they were listening to somebody addressing them. Who was it, and what was the discussion ongoing?
I'll take that one. We are very fortunate here in the agency, and in particular here at the Johnson Space Center, to have people in our employee assistance program, specifically Jackie Reese, who runs that program. It is a program to help employees deal with situations like this. As part of our response to this, Jackie called in and made herself available. So prior to releasing the entry team, both the front room, the room that you see on TV, and the people that support in the back rooms, we had everybody gather in that room. That's what you saw. And Jackie Reese was giving them about 5 minutes of what they should do as a human being who has gone through something like this. As you leave work and you go home, giving them some assistance, and also providing her office to be available if anybody individually needed any help. So that's what you saw. I'm glad she did it, and she's available to help us, and we will need the help in the next several days and weeks.
And let me add something to that too. Our communities and our workforce are grieving right now. They're grieving at Marshall in Alabama. They're grieving at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They're grieving here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're grieving at many of our installations around the country. And this particular effort will help us get through difficult times for those that really need some extra help. And so we appreciate that service.
This is Jay Barbary with NBC. You said early in this briefing that you had some hints where the problem may have developed. Could you share those with us?
CJ, I don't recall whether I said I had hints. All I know is the data that's available to me today, and that is these sensors. It's interesting, they kind of work themselves forward from the trailing edge, but I remind myself that may not be the facts. I have indications of a debris impact on either the leading edge or the wing leading edge of the vehicle. I have some areas that I know I certainly want to go look at. I have some debris that I'm anxious to see if that would lead me down a particular path of investigation. It's one of several that we will investigate, and it's just too early, Jay, for me to speculate on where that's going to lead. As you know, we will be thorough, methodical. To be a pain in the neck, we will be, to make sure we understand it. And it's going to take us some time, some days, some weeks to pull it all together.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News for CNN. Sorry to meet you guys under these circumstances, but for Milt, can you give us the time, I guess you have it in mission lapse time, when you last lost the data, and I can do the conversion, and describe what the vehicle was like at that point. You said role reversal, you gave us the altitude and velocity. Was it under autopilot? Was husband controlling it? What would it have been going through at that point?
Phil, I can probably give you part of what you asked. The MET of loss of vehicle data, well, let's see, thank you, Ron. We'll back up here. We had just completed role reversal number 1. It was completed at an MET of 15 days, 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 50 seconds. And he wants the altitude. Thank you, sir. It was 224,390 feet, Mach of 20.9. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we had no indication of any control problem prior to loss of data. So from a vehicle standpoint, other than what we've talked about that we saw with telemetry measurements, we had nothing to indicate the event that occurred. In hindsight, you're looking and say, well, these things will probably tie together somewhere, but we just haven't done that yet. Loss of vehicle data was at 15 days, 22 hours, 20 minutes, 22 seconds, altitude 207,135 feet at a Mach of 18.3. And I can't answer the rest of your questions yet.
This is Jim Banky of Space.com, I guess for Ron or Milt. Could you talk about the issue of Columbia being NASA's original orbiter, the oldest orbiter, how the age issue may or may not be a factor here? And just out of curiosity, was any of the original instrumentation still on and active that may or may not help you with additional data point?
Columbia was an amazing machine. It was the first space shuttle vehicle to fly into space. This was its 28th flight. It wasn't the most experienced vehicle. Discovery has 30 flights, at least 30 flights, if I remember it right. I don't think age is a factor. If you ever have the opportunity to look at any of our vehicles, you'll see that the vehicles are kept in just pristine shape. A lot of tender, loving care goes into the care of our vehicles so that they look brand new. That doesn't mean that there aren't areas of wear. There certainly are. There's certainly areas of corrosion. That's our job, to manage that corrosion and manage that wear so that we continue to fly these vehicles safely. Columbia, because it was the first vehicle, had a lot more instrumentation included in its design and in its structure than the other 3 vehicles. And several years ago, we elected to take out much of that instrumentation because it was no longer being used. And we reduced the weight of the vehicle almost 1,200 pounds just by removing instrumentation and the associated wiring. So there really is no extra instrumentation there that would add to our detective work. And what was there before we took it out was not being used.
Bill Horowitz, CBS News, and for both of you, we certainly appreciate you appearing here today. I know it's difficult. Could you tell me, please, Milt, if you told the station crew, I'm sure you have, what's happened, when that happened, and what Commander Bowersox and the rest of the crew might have said in response?
Bill, I'm not able to tell you when it happened, nor am I able to tell you the response. I was clearly not focused in that. I know we can get that for you.
I can give you the general time, Bill. It happened prior to 9:30 Central.
This is Irene Brown, and I also wanted to express my condolences to you and your colleagues. You mentioned, Milt, that Americans often wait for a tragedy to come together, and we saw a substantial boost in NASA funding after the Challenger accident. For Ron, I was wondering if you could say what you'd wish to come about as a result of this tragedy, and how much of a hardship would it be if you have to fly the shuttle manifest with just 3 ships?
My thoughts are not on what I hope to come out of this tragedy. My thoughts are still on what happened this morning. My thoughts are on 7 families, children, spouses, extended family. My thoughts are on their grief. My thoughts are on what we missed, what I missed to allow this to happen. It's going to be a difficult day for all of us.
Dan Billow with West TV. Ron, a 2-part question. The first part may be a little repetition, but I want to make sure that I get it clearly. Do you have any indication at all that there was excessive heating on any part of the space shuttle, whether it was wing or tires, landing gear? And secondly, would there be a possibility that there's anything associated with the bipod that could have come off that is hard along with that foam?
The first part of the question is, no, we really don't have any information that says there was excessive heating. And so when I said that earlier today, I misspoke. All we do is have information that says the sensors quit working. And if we do have evidence of excessive heating occurring, I will get back to you and let you know. I think we're going to hold some meetings with you on a fairly regular basis over the coming days, and I will bring you up to speed on if anything that I said today was erroneous, and certainly as we get new data, I'll let you know. As far as the bipod area, we believe it was foam. We do not believe it was any metal. We don't believe there's any opportunity for any metal to be shed. And in fact, our films show that when this particular debris impacted the wing, there was a puff of debris, like when it hit, it disintegrated itself. And so I don't believe there's any chance that it was hardware. It was all the soft foam insulation.
Jerry Hannafin, Time Magazine. Is there any indication from what you learned so far, Ron, in this incident, that maybe the stress, we're maybe overstressing this space plane in the role reversal process? I think at one point the left bank had got up to 57 degrees.
Yeah, that is not uncommon to have that type of roll reversal and bank angle. In fact, we've seen a lot steeper banks than what you just mentioned. We'll have to go back and look to see if that is a factor. That'll be part of our gathering the debris, inspecting that debris, and seeing if there's anything there that would give us a clue as to whether this was structural in nature, structural failure, whether it was thermal related or some other. So we're going to have to be some detectives and look at the debris and gather that evidence to determine what the cause was.
Bill Long, Miami Herald. If you had had a sudden break in the heat envelope or sudden heating, would that have knocked out the sensors, or would you have expected to have seen a heat measurement before they quit working?
Well, it's certainly speculative to try and understand the relationship between any thermal environment on whether that thermal environment would have translated into an area of wiring and then destroyed wiring. Hard for us to respond to that question today. Be glad to take that question in the coming weeks as we get some information where I can respond to it factually.
Yeah, you know, you guys are
You guys are trying to help us, and we thank you for that. I mean, you can continue to ask questions like this, but everything would be a speculation, and that's not fair. It's not accurate, and I know you want to be accurate.
Let me interject, because we're also need to recognize these two gentlemen have been on duty since about midnight last night. So I want to bring up a point that we are going to try to do briefings daily, at least daily. So please try to form your question appropriately so we can get through today, and I need to get them out of here fairly soon. So I need to wrap up with KSC as quickly as possible. I've got some other NASA centers to get done also before I wrap up. So let's make 2 more at KSC and then move to headquarters, please.
Gentlemen, first let me offer my condolences. I'm Robert Pankow from WFLA Radio. If you can you tell us all how the families are holding up under the circumstances, the families of the astronauts?
See, we don't have any firsthand knowledge, and I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Reedy talked a little bit about how the families reacted, both with our administrator and with the phone call from our president. So I don't have anything to add other than what was said previously.
Yes, hello, this is Philip Davis from National Public Radio. I was wondering if after the loss of communications, did you notice any deviation in the flight path of the shuttle?
When we lost communications, we also lost our ability to track the vehicle. And so we had no indications whether or not we were off the flight path. We had no indications that we had a breakup. Only later, as we reviewed the TV coverage, did we see that there was a breakup.
And in the control center, just to share with you, we have plots of the trajectory and how we're flying, and I know others stared at that for a long time because the tracking ended, over Texas, stopped, and it was, and I reflected back what I saw with Challenger.
Okay, let's go to headquarters, please. There's questions there.
This is Frank Mooring at Aviation Week. For Ron, could you give us an idea of what your investigators are going to be looking for at Michoud and when they're going to start looking?
We had already kicked off an effort, even prior to this morning, to try and determine why the debris was being shed from that bipod region of the tank. And the reason we kicked off that effort, because we knew we needed to understand it prior to the next flight. So we were already aggressively on a path that was going to try and help us understand whether or not that represented any concern to us, since now we had it 2 times in the last 3 flights. So that was a major element in our planned flight readiness review for STS-114 that's scheduled for March. So that activity was already in place, already ongoing. What we have done today is asked our external tank project team and Lockheed Martin, which is the contractor for the tank, who builds the tank in Michoud, the Michoud facility in Louisiana, to isolate certain pieces of hardware, to gather data that might be pertinent to this discussion, and to make sure that we have not put in jeopardy any piece of evidence that might be helpful to us. So we've taken those steps. Those are in place or are ongoing right now, and we'll be able to keep you aware and tell you what's happening in the coming days if there's anything that comes out of this.
Charles Science Magazine. What are the contingency plans for the International Space Station in the event of a grounding of the shuttle fleet for an extended period of time?
All I know today is that I've talked with our station program management. They have been in contact with all of the international partners. They understand what happened today in the shuttle program. They are going to proceed as planned tomorrow to resupply the station via the Progress vehicle. There is a Soyuz launch that is planned later in the spring, and we know that we have sufficient consumables on board to go through the end of June without any shuttle support. Beyond that, I have no further information. I hope that we get this situation resolved in the coming weeks so that it isn't an extended period of time, but that remains to be seen. In the near term, we know we have months of adequate supply on board the International Space Station, and we also know that we can help resupply them from our international partners' resources. So that's what I know today, and we'll see how that matures over time.
This is Laura Meckler from the Associated Press. Could you tell us any more about how you'll approach the recovery of all the debris that is spread over such a large area, and what the NTSB's role is going to be in that, or what their role is in the investigation, and also how long you think it'll be before you know more about what happened today?
We have many government agencies that are helping us respond to this tragedy. The NTSB is at our disposal. We have the FBI that is involved with us. We have local and state law enforcement. We have FEMA that is also helping us tremendously. We have been assured that we will have the assets and the efforts of our government to help us wherever we need to gather debris, get it in the right locations, identify any crew remains, get them to the right locations. All that is ongoing. It's being organized. It's a tremendous effort that has been engaged and is in the process of coming together from all different agencies in different parts of the country. I don't have much more information other than those ingredients today. As these things come together, and as we start basing and we start collecting, I'll keep you informed on just how that is going and where these things are happening, and certainly will respond to your questions as this moves along.
Sumana Chatterjee with Night Reader Newspapers. Are there any satellites that NASA, the U.S. military, commercial satellites out there that might have caught what happened, and will you be looking at images from other satellites? And just about the debris as well, you mentioned earlier that you were anxious to see certain types of debris. What types are you anxious to see? And are first responders trained for the recovery of such hazardous material?
Well, we were anxious to see the pictures of the tank. As we separate from the tank roughly 8.5 minutes after launch, we have the crew immediately get out of their seats and use some handheld both still and motion picture video, take some shots of the tank as we're separating it from it. And we do this on a routine basis because that's our only evidence of what the tank looks like after it got to orbit. Because the tank goes about a half an orbit around the Earth and re-enters through the atmosphere and is destroyed. So we have no physical evidence other than film. And what we were anxious to see was that film, to see if it looked similar to what we had experienced on STS-12, where we shed some debris from the same area. Obviously, we're not going to get that information. So that's what we were looking for. And if you asked me any other parts of that question, I've forgotten what they were.
That's all right.
Lisa Sylvester with ABC News. It looks like, judging from the TV reports, what you've been finding are these smaller pieces of debris. Is it NASA's intention to try to gather as much as possible and then to try to rebuild the shuttle much the way they did with TWA Flight 800?
I don't know for a fact, but my impression is we're going to gather every piece we can find, treat this much like an aircraft incident, and see if we can solve the puzzle. That's not going to be very easy because when we had this vehicle break apart at 200,000 feet in Mach 18, it was at peak heating, and some evidence may have burned up during re-entry. Other evidence is just spread over such a wide territory that we may never find it. So we hope to get as much as we can, piece it together as experts think best to help us solve the puzzle.
Okay, let's go to the Marshall Space Flight Center, and let me make another plea to limit your questions to one. And I've got 15 more minutes for this briefing, and I'm cutting it off for the day, recognizing we are going to offer briefings at least daily from here on in. So let's go to Marshall.
Jennifer Morgano, WVNN Radio. I understand the Marshall Space Flight Center managed the key propulsion elements of the shuttle. What specific involvement will the center have in the investigation?
They, along with every other center, will be actively involved. We'll have their key managers, their technical experts, all coming together, much like the teams we formed when we solved the flow liner problem of the summer and the recent Bistra crack that allowed us to launch STS-107, the resolution of that issue. So we're going to pull together the management. We've already had meetings with the center directors. We've already had our meetings with our management at headquarters. We're already assembling the technical experts and the teams. And so we're going to make wide use of their best and brightest to solve this problem and try to understand what happened and put in the proper corrective action.
Steve Johnson, WHNT in Huntsville. Can you tell me if you learned anything from the investigations of Apollo 1 and Challenger that will help this investigation proceed more quickly?
I think what we are implementing today is a process that has been tried over time, and many of the procedures that we are implementing today were a lesson learned or an outgrowth from previous incidents, and so we're learning our lessons. We're putting them into practice, and what we have put into place today is a result of previous lessons learned. Just a side personal note, it is our mantra or our personal effort to learn the lessons of the past. It's mandatory reading for us to read the reports from the Rogers Commission on the Challenger accident. We study them, we understand them, we try our hardest never to repeat the problems of the past, and it was all of our goals never to have to sit here in front of you and describe these events again. And we're very disappointed.
In the WGN television newsroom, this concludes our live coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. As the nation mourns the loss of the 7 astronauts, NASA is already beginning the process of trying to recover loved ones and find out what went wrong. Right now, we are returning to programming. We had planned on showing the movie Star Wars. Out of respect for the lives lost, we will reschedule the movie.
Can you tell me who's leading this investigation from a center perspective? Is it coming out of Johnson, or will it come out of another center?
No, actually, this is being led as a one NASA activity. We have a mishap investigation team that is a standing team in case we have events like this happen. The chairman of that mishap investigation team is Mr. David Whittle. He is a trained individual in mishaps. He has gone to NTSB school. He works very closely with the other agencies. He is NASA's commander on the scene. He is the one that's leading our effort. He is on his way to our staging areas, and he will be our prime interface with all the other agencies to help us resolve this problem. So just a talented, marvelous team that we'll have pulled together to go do this. And it's a team that is named prior to each flight, standing ready just in case we have to do just these types of things. Hopefully, we never plan to use them. In this case, they're trained and we have pressed them into service.
Okay, let's go to California to the Dryden Flight Research Center, please.
Hi, Nikki Jackson with KCBS Channel 2, KCAL 9 in Los Angeles, also representing all my colleagues here in California. There have been 49 landings here at Edwards Air Force Base. When the Challenger disaster happened, it's my understanding that there was a 2.5-year hiatus. You have mentioned within this press conference that future flights might be held. Can you tell me what the impact of today's terrible events will have on us here at Edwards Air Force Base?
Well, I suspect you're not gonna feel much impact at all at the Edwards Air Force Base complex. Edwards is used as our secondary landing site in case we have bad weather in Florida and do not have sufficient consumables to attempt to get into the Florida and Kennedy Space Center facilities. Recall in Challenger, one of the reasons why it was such a long delay was because we had to do some hardware redesign to make ourselves, to get ourselves the confidence that we were safe to fly. That hardware redesign was necessary to be implemented, to be developed, to be tested and certified, and that took some time to do. We'll just have to see how this particular tragedy works through the same type of engineering and technical scrutiny. If there is some hardware change, we'll just have to work through that, and we'll work through that with dealing with the requirements that keep us safe to fly, a development, a design, certification, testing type of process. Too early yet to say whether or not that's going to be the case, and we'll let you know how it proceeds.
Okay, let's go to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory for one question.
Soraya Fidel with KCBS KCAL Los Angeles. Thanks again for taking our question. How is NASA responding to the family? What has NASA told the family? And what are families saying today? How are they reacting and responding in light of all this?
I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe made a statement that reflects the reaction of the families and their heroic manner that they took the news, and I don't want to add any more than what has already been previously stated as to their reaction.
And they will have they'll have a huge amount of support. You can guarantee it from this family here and this family across the nation.
One final question from the Langley Research Center.
Chris Dovey with the Richmond Times-Dispatch. How many tiles in a given area of surface, specifically the area where the sensors were located, could be lost before that might cause some catastrophic breach of that surface? And what do you do in flight if you have that catastrophic breach and you know about it prior to reentry?
I really don't know how many tiles. I can't really respond to that question here today. And I mentioned earlier to you that we have no capability to repair a tile. Our only recourse is to design this vehicle such that we don't lose tiles, is to design this vehicle so that we can take debris impacts and not represent a safety concern. It's been our experience that we have lost portions of tiles on the bottom of the vehicle. We have had a number of debris impacts, damage to the tiles. They have all been acceptable in that they do not represent a safety of flight concern. We would like to get a harder tile to make it more resilient to debris, but it has not to date represented a safety concern. And we have no recourse if we lose tiles. Our only effective action is to prevent the loss of tiles through design and through test, and that has been perfectly adequate up to this point.
Okay, that's the final question for this briefing, and let me end and close on a couple of programming notes for folks watching. There will be a B-roll package for the STS-107 mission that will follow this briefing immediately. The next briefing that we will hold is likely to be around noon Central Time tomorrow, but that's a very tentative time because there are some, obviously some management meetings that these gentlemen are taking part in that will occur prior to that tomorrow. So right now we're looking at around noon Central tomorrow for the next briefing here. Also, there's a lot of folks out there that may be discovering some debris from the accident. NASA has established a telephone hotline, also an electronic mail address for the public to use for reporting information that may help in the investigation of this accident. The telephone line, and you guys can certainly help us in this regard, is 281-483-3388. The website that right now should be online for folks to provide either text reports or images that they think may be helpful in the investigation for us. That website address is NASA MIT Images altogether, NASA MIT Images at JSC, for Johnson Space Center, at jsc.nasa.gov. And we will try to build a billboard or something like that that we could put on NASA TV as well to help folks with that. So again, the phone number is 281-483-3388, and that is for the NASA hotline that has been established. Thank you, gentlemen, very much, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Throughout the evening, we'll bring you the details from Florida, Texas, and Washington, and we start with NPR's Joe Palca, who's following the initial investigation of the crash. Joe, what have you been able to learn today?
Well, NASA has just completed, I guess, a press conference where they described the events that they're aware of right now. As you said, shortly before 8 o'clock this morning, after the that's 8 o'clock Central Time, after the space shuttle had begun fired its rockets, had begun its descent out of orbit, some signals appeared at Mission Control in Houston indicating that some of the temperature sensors in the wheel well where the landing gear were stored suddenly seemed to be giving very strange reports, as if they said it's almost as if someone had cut the wire to them. Then they started seeing over the next few minutes other sensors that were going out, and there was a signal to the astronauts aboard the space shuttle that this was happening, and that was part of the acknowledgement. There's not much they could do about it because, remember, they're traveling at this point 18 times the speed of sound, and they're 200,000 feet up, but this information was relayed to them. And what particularly concerns the mission controllers now as they look back is that sensors go out all the time. This happens from time to time, but these sensors seem to be independent of each other. So if you see a cluster of sensors go out and it happens to go through a junction box on the way to the main computer, you say, okay, maybe there's something wrong at the junction. But in this case, there were a lot of independent signals, and they were all on the left side of the airplane, of the spacecraft. Now, the reason that's of interest is that during liftoff 16 days ago, as the shuttle was lifting off, a piece of foam insulation that connects the external
Columbia, Houston, are you ready to commence the PAO event?
Yes, we're ready.
JSC PAO, this is Houston. Please call for a voice check.
Me?
Make the call again, Ron.
We've got you loud and clear, JSC.
Columbia, we're going to hand right down to the Kennedy Space Center for questions from reporters down at the Cape.
Columbia, this is KSC PAO. How do you hear me?
KSC, we have you loud and clear.
Okay. This is Phil Chen of Earth News for Willie McCool. Every astronaut gets asked thousands of times, what's it like to fly in space? And now that you can finally answer the question, what's it like to fly in space? And have you had a chance to look at your hometown of Lubbock, Texas?
I'd
liken it to a smorgasbord of new and invigorating and sometimes fun and sometimes not so fun experiences. All in all, it's just been overwhelming. And in answer to your second question, every time we go over the U.S., our shift, unfortunately, has been asleep, so we have not seen anything except the far east coast of the U.S. on the early portion of our mission.
And for Ilan Ramon, same question. What's it like for you, and have you had a chance to see Lubbock, Jerusalem?
Well, it's great to be here in space. I wish I could go again and again. Although I want to come home, I miss my kids and wife. And it's even greater to fly over the U.S. and Israel. The world as a whole looks marvelous from up here.
Hi, it's Chris Kreidler from Florida Today. It's good to see you all together. It's been a long mission so far, it seems, and wondered how you're doing, if you're tired at all, and if it's been difficult to sleep when half of the crew seems to be, at least half of the crew is working at any given time.
Actually, we've been sleeping pretty well. We've got sleep stations that are in the middeck, and they've got sound suppression padding in there, and it keeps it extremely dark. Some of us wear earplugs as well, and so when you get to that level of sensory protection, I guess you might say, it's actually pretty quiet and dark in those sleep stations. And we've also made an effort to be quiet for the crew that's sleeping while we're down on the middeck, whether we're making radio calls. We'll wear headsets down there. We turn the speakers off. So it maintains a fairly quiet environment for folks.
And a question for Dave Brown. Have you had a chance to try any of those microgravity gymnastics?
Well, Chris, I have. I got to do some backflips here in the center of the module. It's big enough to do that, and that was quite a bit of fun. The other thing up here that's great fun, and we get to do a lot, is when we go from the tunnel, coming from our middeck back to our research module. And that thing is pretty long, and you can get some pretty good rolls going. You can't really do any flips, but you can do some rolls and spins while you're going down the tunnel, and that's been a lot of fun.
Hey guys, this is Jim Banky of Space.com. I guess I'll ask this of Mike. You're talking about 7 people up there doing science around the clock. You've got the space station with 3 people doing some science and a lot of housekeeping and maintenance chores. Is this what you guys are doing, an example of what space station can be like someday if you can bump the crew up? And could you characterize, you know, the kind of science experiments you're doing now versus what could be done on station?
Well, that's a good question. You know, a lot of what we're doing now is really in preparation for future flights aboard the space station. A lot of experiments that we have are really just being demonstrated and developed. And once they're fully developed, they'll reside on board the space station, and the scientists on board the space station will have years to conduct the experiments that we're trying to do here in a relatively short period of time. So the science we're doing here is great, and it's fantastic. It's leading edge. But I think once we get a 7-member crew on board the space station, you're really going to see some outstanding science in space.
Hi, it's Bill Harwood with CBS. Mike, again for you, I was just wondering, as payload commander, if you'd give us a little maybe update or characterization of the flight from your perspective in terms of how everything's been going science-wise.
Well, science-wise, the flight's been absolutely fantastic. I think a lot of our experiments have exceeded our expectations by 100%. You know, we've seen things that we really never expected to see on board this flight. For example, behind the camera, our combustion module the other day, we had a flame ball burning for over an hour and a half, which is just a new world record and just something that we really didn't expect to see. We've also got a very large cancer cell growing back there that's probably 100 times larger than we could have predicted, and it'll go a long way in the area of prostate cancer research. So overall, this flight's been absolutely fantastic. The science has been spectacular, and we just can't wait to bring it all home so the scientists can really take a close look at what we've done.
Thanks. And a question for Colonel Ramon, if I could. You know, on Flight Day 3, I asked you if you'd had a chance to reflect on the historical significance of your flight, and you said you'd been pretty busy and really hadn't had a chance to think about it. I'm just wondering, Have you had time to think about it a little bit now as you've flown over Israel a couple of times? I mean, what you think about the historic significance of your flight?
Yeah, first of all, I think that flying over Israel is great. To see your country, your state from up there so calm, so nice, so neat is really great. And I wish we will have very soon the quiet and the peace and the peaceful we see Israel and the Middle East from up here down there.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News, also for Ilan. Any thoughts about the elections? I don't know if anybody's informed you yet that Prime Minister Sharon has won, and any thoughts about what that'll mean as far as the future of the region in the Middle East as well as Israeli-U.S. relations?
Well, the U.S. and the Israeli relationship are really not connected to any election in Israel. We have the best relationship between the people of the U.S. and the people of Israel. It doesn't matter who is the leader back in Israel. So I hope it will keep on being a very friendly and good relationship. As far as the election, yeah, I heard about Sharon, and I wish him all the best. I wish all the rest of the parties all the best. I think that back in Israel, we have election like you have in the U.S., and it's a democratic election. Some win, some maybe win the next time. We all strive for the same target, to be able to live in our country in peace and with justice.
And for Rick Husband, as the commander, first time, any thoughts about how the mission house is going? And I realized the mission management team is leaning the opposite direction, really leaning the opposite direction. But if they give you the opportunity for an additional day to make sure you can get all the missed runs and give you a little bit more relaxed pace, how would you feel about that?
Well, we've had a great time up here, Phil, and we are very happy with the way things have gone, and certainly the mission management team are the ones who have the really big picture and all the inputs from all the different experimenters and scientists and things like that. So they have to weigh all the different priorities between some of the science experimenters would like to have their experiments back right on time, and would not like to extend any days. So probably what we'll be looking at is an on-time landing if the weather's good, and if the weather's bad, we may extend a day or so.
Hi, it's Chris Kreidler again for KC. Is the MIST experiment working again, and what's it been like working with the combustion module?
Yeah, the MIST experiment is working again, and combustion modules have been easily the most fun payload in the HAB module to work with. It's very interactive, and there's lots of hardware that we integrate into the module, which just makes you feel really good, sort of like raw work with your hands. And then you get to see the studies that the investigators had planned. And a lot of times, those of us, the other people who are assigned to combustion studies, they, like Ilan and Mike and Dave, if they are free, they come and hang out and ask questions. So what did you see? What did you see? And Dave did something really fantastic. On his shift, when flame balls were being made, he started to name them, and so everybody got involved in that game. How long did yours last? Was that the leanest? So it has been a lot of fun working on this payload.
It's Jim Banky, Space.com again. I guess I'll ask this to Laurel. In addition to some of the major acronyms you guys have been working on every day, I guess there's a daily routine of blood draws, urine, saliva, that kind of stuff. Could you talk a little bit about that daily routine? What kind of things do you do each day that's a part of the science, that's part of the daily work. And, you know, do you have anything left to give yet, or are you all poked and prodded out?
Well, you're right. There's a lot of life science on this flight. Every morning, all 7 of us fill out a sleep log. They're doing a continuing sleep study that was started several missions ago. We're also wearing these Actolite watches. We wear them all the time except when we're exercising or doing another activity. We are taking some different medications to look at prevention of kidney stones, both here and on Earth. We have several days in which we're keeping track of all the food that we eat and everything that we drink. So we barcode, looks just like a barcode reader that the UPS guys use, and a little bit smaller version. We also have some blood draws, as you mentioned, and we've even been collecting and taking samples of our urine on several of the flights during the days. Blue Shift has 1 more blood draw left tomorrow morning, and the Red Shift has 2 more, and then we'll be done with taking our samples. And it's gone very well, very smoothly. We've gotten all the samples that the scientists need. So we're excited about hearing what the results are. Of course, we have some more work to do in that area after we land as well.
And I guess I'll ask one more of Rick in terms of the topic is landing. I've already heard some chatter from you guys about beginning to worry about where you're going to stow things for landing, start thinking about that mission wrapping up. Could you talk a little bit about, as the commander and who's got to land this thing after 16 days, you know, what you have to do to get ready again to land, and talk about your use of the, I assume you have pilot on board, the flight simulator. And then the last part of that question is 16 days plenty long enough for a commander before he's got to land, or could you go another 2 or 3 weeks and not worry about it?
Well, we do have pilot on board. It's a laptop computer and a hand controller that is exactly like the one we have here in the orbiter, and we get to practice our approaches and landings at the same gross weight and center of gravity as what we'll be at for landing day. And Willie and I will be hooking that up here over the next few days and doing some practice runs. We've also got some notes that we have taken to try and review some of the finer points, things to look for as we're coming down on final approach, to make sure that we've got all our cues just right. And then from flying the shuttle training aircraft, we flew that, I guess, just a couple days before launch was our last time to fly that, with all the great folks that teach us and maintain our proficiency with that out at Ellington Field. And to be honest with you, I think Willie and I are really looking forward to it, and we're excited about it. I think we could definitely go a little bit longer time, but I'll have to probably answer that question after the fact to be able to tell you whether or not I think we could go for another couple of weeks or couple of months, because this will be my first landing, and so we can talk about that when we get back.
Bill Harwood again with CBS with a couple of quick ones for me, and for any one of you, I was just wondering if we could have a critter update, how all your animals or insects and fish and everybody are doing up there.
Well, we take a little time each day to look in on all the little critters, and they're all doing just well. The spiders, the ants, what do we have, moths, rats, they're all just doing just great. So we've looked at them all, and they're doing great, and I think we're getting some good science from it. Most of those experiments are educational experiments, and we're beaming down video to students at schools all around the world, and I'm sure they're really excited about what they're seeing, and I'm sure they're excited for us to bring those specimens back so they can take a closer look at them.
Thanks, and a question for Laurel Clark. Dr. Clark, I've always been fascinated by people with experience or prior careers in the submarine world that end up flying in outer space. And I was just curious, 2 things. A, how the experience has been for you, being up there for so long. And B, can you give us a sense for our eventual landing stories of any post-landing data takes and stuff you guys do, how long that'll last, and what sorts of things you have to do before this mission's totally wrapped up?
Well, this has been a great experience for me. There were many similarities to being on a submarine, one of which is that if there's rough seas on a submarine, there's not much of a keel. The submarine rolls a lot. so the first couple of days you don't always feel too well. I feel wonderful now, and the first couple of days you adjust to the fluid shifting and different environments and how to fly through space without hitting things or anybody else. But after a couple of days you get in the groove, and it's just an incredibly magical place. Post-flight, we have data collections for approximately a month afterwards. For several days we'll be very busy, and then we have data collections every couple of days, but it goes out to about a month to 45 days afterwards.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News for Willie McCool. A couple of hours ago, I visited the BioPAC ground station, and they're all rather enthusiastic about the work that you've been doing for them up there. And can you talk a little bit about that, and what was the most interesting thing for you to do for BioPAC?
I would say the most interesting and probably the most challenging thing that we did with BioPAC was an experiment called Lucan, which we had to participate in on flight day 2, which was basically the day after my first, or the night after my first night of sleep on board Columbia. So that particular experiment is looking to see how white blood cells are activated to fight off diseases in microgravity versus how they work in 1G, in an attempt to try to better understand how astronauts, or understand why it is that we are more susceptible potentially to diseases. It was very active in the glove box, and so for me personally it was challenging from the sense that I was adjusting to those symptoms that Laurel was describing while having to focus and concentrate on some very tedious operations.
Sitting or floating right next to Mike, so I assume you're still talking to each other. But how did it feel to be on the correct end of the needle earlier in the mission when it took 3 tries to find the right injection for Mike?
Well, Phil, that was me, and it didn't hurt me a bit. We've trained for quite a while, and of course I've been working in a hospital for a long time before that. And some days you're right on, and some days you're not. Exactly how it felt, you'd have to ask Mike, but we're still talking to each other. In fact, he turns around and then has to draw my blood, so it's a pretty good motivation to do your best.
Hi, it's Chris Kreidler for Ilan Ramon. Have you had the results you expected from the MIDEX experiment in terms of viewing dust aerosols in the atmosphere?
Well, Chris, in the first 7 days, I believe, we didn't have any dust up in the atmosphere, but it looks like they waited until my shift, and we had a big storm, dust storm over the Atlantic, which lasted about 2 or 3 days. So I think the scientists are very, very successful with their experiments. Other than that, we had another quite big experiment with a MIDEX payload, which is called Sprite, which are actually lightning that are going up from the top of the clouds to the atmosphere, and we had a lot of lightning storms recorded.
Thanks. And we've been hearing a lot about temperature fluctuations up there, and we understand it's pretty much under control now. But was there a time on the really hot day in the Space Hab where you had to hang out with your bikinis and pina coladas, or what was going on? How did that feel?
We didn't bring any bikinis. The pina coladas would have been really nice. It was warmer, and we all got along just fine. We're glad that the temperatures are a little bit cooler. Mostly it was the payloads that several were starting to get warm. So we did a lot of things to help those out. Put some fans up and adjusted open lockers and things like that. But they all got through it just fine, and we're all very comfy right now.
It's Jim Banky, Space.com again. This is for KC. When you guys were talking to Expedition 6 the other day, they were trying to get you to talk about combustion module, and you were saying, you're doing science and they're doing science and we're all doing science, and that's cool. and then you went on to talk about space stuff. I was curious if you could elaborate on what, to you, is the coolest, most amazing thing about being in space.
The coolest thing for me is the experience of floating, not feeling my weight, and hanging by a window just after sunset and watch the stars in the big black dome of the sky as the earth moves underneath. I somehow try to find 10, 15 minutes every day to do that. I keep postponing or try to continue to postpone my meals so I can do that. And it's kind of fun because I have to watch where the food is going, but because my eyes are really glued to the outside. And that's easily it's just an absolutely amazing, magical, wonderful feeling to do that.
Okay, my next question is for Willie. This is the training commander in training politically charged question. Hopefully not career limiting. The State of the Union was last night, and the president talked a lot about the national agenda. Spaceflight specifically didn't really come up, and I wanted to know if you had maybe any thoughts about that. But more specifically, he did talk about charging the industry to use fuel cells for automobiles and trying to get industry to do that. As a team of folks up there who are living on these fuel cells, could you talk about, how reliable they are, how safe they are, and could you see them in your car, as you're driving around Houston?
Fuel cells, in my mind, are remarkable apparatuses to be able to convert hydrogen and oxygen, produce heat, electricity, and water without polluting the atmosphere or the space is really phenomenal. They seem to be very safe, and boy, I'd love to see something like that on Earth.
This is Phil Chen again. Sorry to accuse you, Willie, but I guess the PAO misidentified you earlier on in the mission. For Ilan, you told us before that on your first Sabbath in space, obviously it was just after launch, you weren't able to do anything to commemorate it, but how about your most recent one a couple of days ago, or the one that's coming up in a couple of days? I believe you're on Houston or KSC time. Have you been able to at least pass around a Mylar bag of imitation and grape drink since you don't have any wine up there?
No, unfortunately or fortunately, when you are in space, you lose the days down on Earth. So actually, if you ask me what day is it for you guys, I have no clue. I know that we are on flight day 14. That's what I know. But I think that I will catch this Friday, which is the last Friday for us in space, and try to do something. And by the way, the one thing that I do is eat kosher food up here, which was provided for me by NASA. And actually, my crewmates share with me and love it.
I'm pretty certain today's Wednesday, but I wouldn't swear to it because I'm also on mission lapse time. And Ilan, I've asked you quite a few questions during this mission, but is there anything that you want to say to the people of Israel? What do you want to tell them about your mission right now?
I would like to say to the people of Israel that the world looks marvelous from up here, so peaceful, so wonderful, and so fragile. The atmosphere is so thin and fragile, and I think that everybody, all of us down there, not only in Israel, have to keep it clean and good. It saves our life and gives our life. And for the people of Israel, I wish, as I already said, I wish we will have a peaceful land to live in very soon.
Hi, it's Chris Kreidler. My question is actually one for each of you to answer, starting with Dave Brown. Dave, you got to see that elf, and actually you captured it. I don't think you knew what you had right away. Maybe you could talk about that as an oh wow moment, and each of you can talk about sort of oh wow moments you've had when dealing with the various experiments.
Well, Chris, the experience you're talking about was our Israeli-sponsored experiment, MEDEX, that looks at, among other things, the electrical activity coming from thunderstorms going up into space. One of those phenomena is called an elf. They have some other whimsical names, sprites and trolls and other things. At the time, I had no idea. It was early in the mission, and ran the video recorders, the cameras in the payload bay, and it was the ground that actually discovered this very brief phenomena. It's not something that we've been able to see with our own eyes, at least I haven't. So the oh wow time came a couple days later when we got a message from the ground and a picture showing this thing that we had filmed, and I was very fortunate enough to be the camera operator. And so that was the oh wow moment, was getting out of bed and going to the printer and seeing this picture that the ground had processed and sent up, and that was one of the real highlights here on the flight for me.
Well, that's a really tough question. I think every day that I've woke up, there's been something that's been oh wow. But I'd have to say that with the MIST experiment, after spending 2 hard days working on it, it was really a big oh wow when we first saw the first MIST flame actually go down the flame tube. So for me, that was a real exciting time, because the people that had worked on that experiment on the ground had so much time and energy tied up into it. I just could not imagine having a failure with that experiment. So after working on it for 2 days and we finally got it to work, that was definitely a big oh wow. A big part of my time is spent on the flight deck maneuvering the vehicle to support the experiments that have pointing requirements. So the oh wow for me is oh wow, I've had the opportunity to be on the flight deck probably more than most of my crewmates, to look outside and really soak up the sunrises, the sunsets, the moon rises, the moon sets, the views of the Himalayas, Australia, all the continents, except for the United States, as I mentioned earlier. So the oh wow for me is just as a rookie astronaut, seeing outside and being thankful that my job is maneuvering the vehicle so I can be up there to look outside.
Well, same as Willie and I think all the rest of us, looking out of the window is a big oh wow. But this moment actually is also a big wow for me. Being able to conduct a press conference from up in space as the first Israeli astronaut, looking at the U.S. and the flag and the Israeli flag behind us, I think it's a big oh wow for, at least for Israel, and a big start for future scientific collaboration internationally. And as you know, we have an internationally involvement in all our experiments, including Arab scientists, and that's a big wow for me.
I have several big wows, one of which is just the first time that I got to see the orbiter as the sun set or rose, and there's a flash. The whole payload bay turns a beautiful rosy orange pink, and it only lasts for about 15 seconds, and then it's gone. It's very ethereal and extremely beautiful and unexpected. I hadn't heard about that before. The other oh wow, although the payloads are all interesting and incredible science in and of themselves, anyone who knows me knows how much I love plants and animals, and it was really exciting inside the astroculture box. We do some sampling, and the changes, the smells that the plants emanate change here in space. One day we took the video camera and hooked it up in order to do some sampling. There were roses in there. They had been buzzed, and they had opened up to bloom. And it was so magical to have roses growing in our laboratory in space. And one other quick thing is in the stars locker, Ilan opened it up to do some work, and we talked about that a little, but one of the silkworm cocoons had just recently hatched. there was a moth in there that was, it still had its wings crumpled up and its abdomen full of fluid, and it was just starting to pump its wings up so that it would be able to fly. And life continues in lots of places, and life is a magical thing.
I think everybody's covered all of the oh wows, and really, in some sense, it is truthful that every moment is oh wow. But I'd be lying if I said looking out of the window is not the best. It really is. Early in the mission, we were very fortunate. We had the full moon when we launched, and there were several occasions when during those times we were given maneuver changes, and the orbiter moved from one particular attitude to another. And if you were looking at the tails, the whole spaceship was glowing in silver light from the moon, and the attitude was changing, and you really felt that you were in a spaceship headed somewhere. I know we are generally always going round and round, but then you really felt. And later in the mission, now that the moon is really not full, we've been able to get some magnificent views of the Milky Way. In fact, the very first time I saw the Milky Way, almost close to the horizon, and it looked like a silver dust cloud. And I called several crew members and said, hey, look, what is this? And we were debating, it could be this, it could be that, and it took us yet another couple of days before the moon had dimmed a bunch more to realize that, oh, wow, that's the Milky Way, and how very glowing it is. It really sort of overpowers the rest of the sky, which is very, very dark. And I still have one little oh wow to tell. One day I was in the flight deck looking from the overhead windows outside, and it was starting to get dim outside, so you start to see your own reflection. And there is the Earth limb outside. You can still see the Earth's surface and the dark sky overhead. And I could then see my reflection in the window, and in the retina of my eye, the whole Earth and the sky could be seen reflected. So I called all the crew members one by one, and they saw it, and everybody said, oh, wow.
I can say ditto to just about everything everybody has said up to this point. And I think from my perspective as the commander, my oh wow has been watching everyone perform as a team. And I would say probably one of the big aspects of that was when we hit main engine cutoff, watching how everybody just really kicked into gear up here on orbit. Here we've got 4 folks who have not ever flown before, and now they're 14-day spaceflight veterans at this point, but they acted like they'd been here before when they got to main engine cutoff. And the crew has performed just marvelously, and I really love seeing a team come together. And the bigger team who makes this entire mission possible is the team on the ground. And all the folks who work in mission control and the Payload Operations Control Center, all the folks who work at the different NASA centers and who work so hard on the experiments, the scientists that are involved in that, and the hardware, and all the contractors that are involved as well. It's just such a great feeling for me to see everybody working together as a team like that, and even getting up here and hearing their familiar voices on the radio. It's just a great feeling.
Columbia, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the KSC portion of the event. Please stand by for questions from Washington, from Israeli TV 10.
Columbia, this is Gil Tamari from Israeli TV 10. How do you hear me?
We have you loud and clear.
Ilan, I'll conduct the interview in Hebrew so our audience will be able to enjoy it better. אילן רמון, האסטרונאוט הישראלי הראשון ברעיון מן החלל, מן אבעבורת קולומביה לערוץ 10. אילן, שלום.
שלום גיל ושלום לכל עם ישראל.
אתמול בלילה היו בחירות בישראל, אתה מצטער שלא הצבעת?
אני מצטער שלא הצבעתי בוודאי, כי זו זכות של כל אזרח, בה הוא מממש את הדמוקרטיה, אבל אני חושב שהחוויה להיות פה שווה ויתור אחד על הזכות הזאת.
איך התעדכנת בתוצאות?
אני התעדכנתי בתוצאות בווידאו קונפרנס שיש לנו יומי עם הרופא, והוא סיפר לי שכנראה, זה היה אתמול בערב, שכנראה מסתמן ניצחון למפלגה של הליכוד. זהו, ותרשה לי רגע, גיל, אני חושב שאני צריך לתרגם את התשובות.
Okay, go ahead.
So the question was, how did I get informed about the elections in Israel? And the answer is that I was informed by our doctor yesterday night that it looks like the Likud is going to win.
אנחנו נעדכן אותך שהליכוד קיבלו 37 מנדטים, העבודה 19, שינוי 15, אבל אילן, הייתי רוצה לשאול אותך על המשך המסע. עוד 3.5 יממות נותרו לך בחלל, מתחילים להצטער על כל רגע שעובר?
כן, אני מצטער על כל רגע שעובר, למרות שאני נהנה מכל רגע שעובר, אז קשה להצטער עליו, אבל כמו שאמרתי אתמול לאחד האנשים פה, אני התחלתי לחשוב כבר על הטיסה הבאה, אז זה פחות או יותר התשובה. The question was, we have only 3 days to go, so do I think about every minute that passes? And the answer is that I take the best I can from every minute here, and I don't want to regret on it because it's so marvelous, but I started to think about the next mission.
יש אפשרות שהנחיתה שלכם תידחה בגלל מזג האוויר, ידוע לך מה הסיכויים לכך?
לא, אין לי מושג. כמו שאמרתי קודם, הקשר שלנו עם כדור הארץ ועם הימים הוא קלוש. אנחנו רצים פה על סדר יום מאוד צפוף בימים שלנו, וזאת עוד טיפה רחוק, אז בואו נחכה. אני מניח שעוד יום-יומיים אנחנו נדע, ואני מקווה שננחת בזמן בכל זאת, כי אני מאוד מאוד מתגעגע לאהובתי ולילדיי שמחכים לי שם.
אתה בטח דיברת איתם באמצעות וידאו קונפרנס, מה החוויה הכי חזקה מהשיחות האלה?
כן, היו לי 2 פגישות איתם בווידאו קונפרנס, ואני חושב שהראשונה הייתה מאוד מרגשת. גם הם ראו אותי פעם ראשונה בחלל, מרחף, ועושה להם כל מיני טריקים עם M&M, וגם אני ראיתי אותם אחרי כשבוע שלא ראיתי אותם. אז זה היה מאוד מאוד מרגש, ולראות את הבת שלי הקטנה ככה מסתכלת ולא בדיוק מבינה איך היא רואה אותי בחלל. And the question was, how was it to see and talk to your family in a video conference after a week, and was it emotional? And the answer is, of course, it's very emotional, especially in the first time after 6 or 7 days up in space. And it's very emotional for them as well to see me up in space floating and doing some tricks with M&M.
אילן, מתגעגעים למקלחת נורמלית, לשבת על אסלה רגילה, דברים בסיסיים שאנחנו כאן בכדור הארץ חווים יום-יום?
כן, מתגעגעים בעיקר, אני לפחות מתגעגע בעיקר למקלחת בריאה כזאת, אני התחלתי לחשוב על זה אפילו, אבל יותר מכל מתגעגעים לאנשים. ואני חושב שדייב אמר לפני איזה יום-יומיים, ואני ארשה לעצמי לצטט אותו, שאם היינו אנשים מהחלל שבאים לבקר בכדור הארץ, היה לנו הרבה יותר קשה לעזוב את כדור הארץ ולחזור לחלל, מאשר לנו, כבאים מן הארץ לחלל, לחזור לכדור הארץ.
אילן, ראינו אותך משתעשע עם קורנפלקס. זה הרפתקה לאכול דגני בוקר בחלל, לא?
כן, זה הרפתקה וזה מדהים. הריחוף, בעיקר הריחוף האיטי, נותן לך הרגשה כאילו אתה משתייך ליוניברס. כי בסך הכל המרחקים והתנועה פה, למרות שאנחנו טסים מאוד מהר, הכל הוא מאוד איטי, וברגע שאתה נכנס למודוס הזה האיטי, אתה מרגיש ממש חלק מהיוניברס. And the question was, I was playing with eating some cornflakes up in space, and the answer was that I think that floating, especially when you float in slow motion, gives you the feeling that you belong to the universe, because although we fly very fast up here, the motions of the universe are very, very slow.
אילן, אתמול לפני 17 שנה אירע אסון הצ'אלנג'ר. האם ציינתם את האירוע בדרך כלשהי, ומה זה אומר לגביך כאסטרונאוט ישראלי במעבורת אמריקנית הרגע הזה?
כן, ציינו כמו שכל העובדים בנאס"א ציינו באותה שעה בדיוק. המשמרת הכחולה אמנם ישנה, אבל המשמרת העבודה האדומה עבדה, וכולנו ציינו ביחד בדקה דומייה את אסון הצ'אלנג'ר וגם את אסון אפולו 1. ולמטה ביוסטון נשמעו בתום הדקה הזאת 10 קולות פעמונים לזכר 10 אסטרונאוטים שנספו. ומה זה עושה לי? קודם כל זה מאוד מרגש. אני חושב שזה שאנחנו טסים באותם תאריכים בדיוק שהחבר'ה מהצ'אלנג'ר היו אמורים לטוס, הוסיף אולי איזשהו הרגשה יותר אישית בהשתתפות שלנו עם המשפחות שלהם. And the answer was, the question was, did we mention or notify the 70 new youth memorizing Challenger and Apollo?
Can I just ask if they can say something in Hebrew? This question is for all of you guys. After such a long time with Ilan in space, can you say to us something in Hebrew? Very, very good. Shalom in peace, and thank you very much for your time and for this interview with Israeli Television Channel 10.
Toda.
Columbia, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event.
Okay, Houston, thank you.
And that press conference was from last Wednesday. We'll show you that again tonight at 10:15 Eastern Time in case you'd like to see it in its entirety. WFAA is the ABC affiliate in Dallas, and we'll be bringing you live coverage of their 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time broadcast here in just a minute. They'll be starting off in just a minute here, and in fact, we're going to go to it right now.
Last words heard from Columbia.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
At about 8 a.m. Dallas time, NASA lost contact with Columbia as it streaked across north-central Texas. The craft was flying at about 207,000 feet at 12,500 miles an hour. It was 16 minutes away from touchdown in Florida when NASA lost all contact with the disintegrating shuttle.
Communications with Columbia were lost at about 8 a.m. Central Time, about 10 minutes ago.
We lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day.
NASA feared the worst and ordered flight controllers to pull out all their emergency procedures and retain all records. There was no more communication, and the data was gone. Then Texans started finding debris scattered across miles of southeast Texas and into Louisiana. Doug Fox, Channel 8 News.
It has been a harrowing day for the families of the NASA astronauts that perished, NASA controllers on the ground, all Americans, and of course the thousands of North Texans who woke early to watch the Space Shuttle Columbia return to Earth.
We have crews spread out all over the country at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, on Capitol Hill in Washington, and here in Texas. Let's begin with Channel 8's John McKay. He's in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. John?
Well, Scott, of course, the great tragedy here is that what we're talking about are 7 people who have died in this tragic accident, 6 Americans and an Israeli that have died. Let's go first through all the pictures, the background to tell you the individuals it is we're talking about. First of all, the Israeli, Ilan Ramon, 48, a colonel with the Israeli Air Force, a fighter pilot. He survived 2 wars. It was the first for Israel, really, the first of the Israeli citizen to fly in space. This is the son of a Holocaust survivor. Because he was on this flight, security was increased in all of this. A tragedy today for all of the state of Israel. Also on the flight, Laurel Clark, 41, a Navy diving medical officer, served time on a submarine doing submarine duty back in 1996. Laurel Clark became an astronaut, was helping with the science projects. Laurel Clark leaves an 8-year-old son. Laurel Clark is from Racine, Wisconsin. David Brown, 46, a Navy captain, a pilot and doctor, became an astronaut in 1996. This was David Brown's first flight. Michael Anderson was 43, the son of a U.S. Air Force pilot. Michael Anderson grew up on military bases all over the world. He was an Air Force pilot himself when NASA chose him in 1994. He flew on Mir back in 1998. He was from Spokane. William McCool was 41, from Lubbock, Texas, 3 sons. In 1996 became an astronaut. This was William McCool's first flight. Kalpana Chawla, age 41, from India. And she came from India to the United States in 1980. Got a master's degree in aeronautical engineering from UTA. In 1994, became an astronaut. In 1996, was on a previous shuttle mission. And the commander of the flight, Rick Husband, 45, a U.S. Air Force colonel from Amarillo. He had tried 4 times to become an astronaut, was finally successful in 1994. And Scott and Gloria, interestingly, Husband left a special video message for his family and his supporters for all those folks who showed up the day of the launch.
But there still is. Howdy, everybody. I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you how much Evelyn and I both appreciate you coming down for the launch and to this reception. And I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but at least you've got Evelyn and the kids and everybody else at the reception that you can say hello to. And be sure when you're done to ask Evelyn all about the sunglasses. And we are really looking forward to a great mission, and we appreciate you being here. We'll be up for 16 days doing science experiments around the clock. We'll be on 2 shifts. So we are very appreciative, Evelyn and I, of the effort that you have made to come down and share this with us, and we really hope that it ends up being a blessing and an enjoyable event for all of you. So thank you very much.
That is Rick Husband, of course, the commander of the flight. A tragic message, but a message that was left just before the liftoff of the shuttle on the mission that ended, of course, so tragically this morning. Of course, the search goes on right now across East Texas for debris. Scott and Gloria, I understand you have much more on that.
Yes, we do, John. Thank you very much for that report from the Johnson Space Center. We do have reporters all over the state of Texas, as a matter of fact. And Rebecca Lopez is in Nacogdoches.
That's right, where they've been finding debris all over that area, including, we might add, human remains as well. Rebecca?
Well, county officials here say they've been able to confirm at least 800 pieces of the shuttle here in Nacogdoches County, and they are having to bring in officers from all over the state to try and help preserve all of that debris. Nacogdoches County is receiving hundreds of phone calls from residents finding pieces of debris. Emergency crews have to check out every call, and if debris is found, they have to mark it and guard it.
Once a National Guard member goes out to a site in the county, and they have actually isolated that site and marked it off, NASA has asked us to do a 100-meter search around that particular site to identify if there is any other debris.
Most of the pieces they are finding are very small, but attracting a lot of attention. Residents stopped to take a picture of this piece that was found in the middle of Main Street.
When I saw it, I told my wife, I said, that's a piece of the shuttle there. And she got out and came over here, and sure enough, that's what it is.
Many people in this small community heard a loud noise around the time Columbia apparently broke apart.
We heard the big, huge sonic boom, and it shook our whole windows of our dorm, and we got up shortly after that.
And it scared you or what? Had you?
Yes, we were terrified this morning.
Authorities say they have no reports of injuries, but first responders are so busy with marking debris that the county has asked for 100 DPS troopers and military police from Fort Pope to come help preserve the evidence.
Their major concern is obviously in regards to the astronauts themselves. And the second one is any debris that may be from the control module.
It will be some time before all of this debris can be picked up by NASA. Until then, people are asked to leave it alone. And federal officials say they are treating this area as a crime scene, and anyone caught tampering with any of the debris will be prosecuted. Now, joining me live from downtown Nacogdoches is Channel 8's Don Wall with more on the recovery effort. Don?
Rebecca, as you well know, Nacogdoches is very much the center of recovery efforts. The FBI, NTSB, FEMA, EPA, state and local officials are all here trying to put together the puzzle of the debris. Federal officials believe the debris field may cover as much as 500 square miles. Federal, state, and local authorities are trying to identify thousands of pieces of Columbia. This section landed in downtown Nacogdoches. There is debris on the local highways and in the fields and pastures of deep East Texas. What are you trying to do, Terry?
I'm just watching it, make sure nobody touches it, nobody runs off with it.
Why is it important for people not to touch it?
It's contaminated, could be contaminated.
Adrian and Dixie Nichols and their baby Aiden were awakened by what they thought was the sound of thunder. They soon realized debris was falling from Columbia. It landed in their yard and on top of their house.
Pieces all over the pasture and in the yard, everywhere.
Just all kind of boxes and just stuff falling, you know, just all kind of debris.
Angela and Michael Beal from Natchez were shocked by the explosion, which littered debris all over town.
Our whole house began to shake. We have an iron railing around our bed. Literally had to hang on to the bed not to be shook out. I lived in California, and the first thing I thought is, this is an earthquake. And then I thought, well, this can't be an earthquake. Heard 3 consecutive booms. It sounded like somebody was hitting our house with a sledgehammer.
As the gravity of the day fell upon Nacogdoches, people brought wreaths and flowers for the victims.
It's just a reminder to all of us that life is very important and that we shouldn't take it for granted. We should live every day to the fullest.
And there's very much a feeling of grief here in Nacogdoches, but also a very active recovery effort as officials try to find as many pieces of Columbia as they possibly can. Now let's join Channel 8's John Pronk with more.
Yes, Don. I'm here in Nacogdoches, but this morning I was shooting the live shot for our early morning show at 8 a.m. when the shuttle came over Dallas. And Tim Hamilton was also in, he was in Mesquite, and we were both shooting it. The shuttle, NASA was informing us that the shuttle came over California, then Arizona. Then when they told us that it was in the El Paso area, I turned my camera on and tried to locate it in the sky. And moments later, it did appear. I saw it come over downtown, and as it moved southeasterly, bright objects began to fly off, contrails from different objects. And I remember Chris Galis saying there seems to be a lot of heat-resistant material coming off the shuttle. And Tim Hamilton also captured it as it came over North Texas. Jeff Brady is in Nacogdoches, and he talked to a family who saw these events unfold this morning. Jeff?
Well, early this morning, as many of us now know, Texans from Dallas to Marshall awoke to a sonic boom that blasted windows and doors, and many others saw the tragedy occur 40 miles up. But very few had the regrettable front row seat of one East Texas family who got up early to see the Columbia crumble over their home. Vernon Laster spends part of every morning in his family's new barbecue shop near Kemp, Texas. But he spent part of this morning in grief.
It's a sad day for me because I know the progress, some of the progress that they have made with the show. We were back there, we come up here to watch.
Just before 8, his son Benjamin came outside their home to watch Columbia pass on re-entry. Instead, the Lasters watched the shuttle pass into history.
All these little pieces, but it was still a main chunk of mass. It seemed like it was the main body of the plane, the main fuselage part. And then it kind of like a nosedive. It like nosedived down toward the earth.
Benjamin Laster spent 10 years in the Navy as an aviation ordnance tech. He's familiar with military aircraft breaking the sound barrier. This, he told his family, was much different.
That was not sounding like a sonic boom. It was more like a roar, and on a sonic boom, it's like a crackle, deep, like punch to it, and it shakes. But that was more like a roar, and that's when we seen it, and it just, that was it.
It's pretty much still on my mind. I'm still thinking about the families who had that loss today.
The Lasters say they hope and pray the popularity of Vivi's barbecue grows as more neighbors get to know the family's recipes. They say they will also be saying prayers for the NASA family. And no doubt many prayers are being said tonight over the 7 lives lost, and many more are being written tonight for a day of mourning and worship tomorrow as Americans prepare to enter places of worship tomorrow morning. This has also been a day of amazing discoveries and tragic discoveries. We have more on that now from my colleague Brett Shipp, who's standing by live in Palestine. Brett?
Jeff, actually, I'm in Nacogdoches. We had been in Palestine earlier, in Anderson County. It was just one of half a dozen or more counties in deep East Texas where the fields and the forests, most noticeably the roadsides, are peppered with debris. Some of it is marked, some of it and most of it is not marked. Most of it has yet to be discovered. Evidence of this disaster is everywhere around us here. Very heavily here in Nacogdoches County. And Anderson County, as we mentioned, just north of Palestine, appears to be the westernmost edge of the very heavy concentration of debris. We can roll the tape right here. I believe many we talked to said they heard the bang followed by a heavy roar. It wasn't until later that they began to discover debris in their yards and in their pastures. The vast majority of what they found were the foamy square tile-looking objects, but others came across larger objects, the largest being about a 4x4 curved sheet of metal that landed in the median along Highway 155 just north of Palestine. Local authorities have been working as fast as they can to mark off and tag and keep crowds away from those pieces of debris. 4 people in Palestine were reportedly too close to or did actually come in contact with some of the debris and were taken to Palestine Hospital, where they were treated for and observed for precautionary reasons. It is clear from what we have seen in driving from Palestine to Nacogdoches, about an hour trip today, that much of the debris has yet to be discovered. A lot of it is along the roadside, but one woman we talked to who saw debris in her yard said she heard a lot of heavy debris. She heard debris falling in the forest, in the trees, in the thickly wooded areas just beyond her. So there's no telling how much more debris has yet to be discovered, and that will take weeks, if not months, to finally uncover. Reporting live from Nacogdoches, Brett Shipp, Channel 8 News.
All right, Brett, thank you very much. Helicopters from Fort Hood are now participating in the continuous search for debris from the Space Shuttle Columbia in East Texas.
The Search and Rescue Task Force is made up of helicopters from several units commanded by the 1st Cavalry Division. Soldiers from the 89th Military Police Brigade will also participate, and if debris is found, as it likely is, military police will secure the site until it's recovered.
Officials at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport are also helping assist in the search for debris. The airport's mobile command post, unveiled a few months ago, is now in Palestine. The state-of-the-art bus-sized vehicle is equipped with the most up-to-date capabilities for coordinating intelligence and communications during emergency situations. And the search crews working to recover debris will receive a helping hand themselves. Today, the Texas Division of the Salvation Army deployed disaster response crews from Dallas, Waco, and a few East Texas locations. They will provide water and other emergency relief assistance.
And as NASA has organized a hotline for people who think they have found debris from the crash, that number is 1-800-525-5555. That's 1-800-525-5555. And again, they warn you, do not touch the debris as materials from the shuttle may be highly toxic. And of course, the emotion of the day can be felt the most at ground control at Johnson Space Center earlier today. NASA controllers talked about what happened. Let's go to Channel 8's Chris Heimbaugh, who's also at Mission Control. Chris?
That is right, Gloria. Today we heard from Ron Dedman and Milt Heflin, some officials here with NASA, and they were basically discussing the series of events that led up to the breakup today, and then also discussed what some of the things that they're looking at as they search for the cause. Now, they said that up to this point there was no indication of trouble. This had been an amazing science mission. They said everything had gone well, and they were on their way into reentry. In fact, the Shuttle Columbia was doing what they call role reversal. It banks left, it banks right, and what they're doing is slowing it down. They're bleeding off energy, and the shuttle had been doing this up to that point, and then starting at about 7:53, apparently, and over the next 7 minutes, they began having problems with a series of sensors.
First indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating.
Now, at about 8 o'clock, they apparently got an acknowledgement from the crew that they were aware of the sensors. But that was it. It was simply an acknowledgement, as far as we know. And then they lost contact with the crew. And at that point, the shuttle, as we saw from the pictures taken by our photographers, the shuttle began to disintegrate. Now, the pieces... there was some reports that the pieces may have started falling off as early as Hawaii. Some folks had seen some satellite imagery and suggested that they had started falling off earlier. But NASA said that doesn't appear to be what happened, that what they probably saw was plasma. And in fact, they said that, that the shuttle at this point was at 207,135 feet in the air. That's about 38 miles, and traveling at Mach 18. That's 18 times the speed of sound. And that if something was wrong, that this was the most likely place for something to happen.
Chris, you were there in the news conference this afternoon. Obviously, the men from NASA, when they were speaking and answering your questions, it has been an extremely stressful day for them, and yet they seem to be quite composed.
They were, but I'll tell you, I think it was very rough on them. Both these gentlemen knew these individuals. In fact, one of them, Mr. Heflin, indeed, he says this is the third time that he has had to experience this. Of course, with Apollo 1, then, of course, the Challenger back in 1986, and now this. They said this has been very tough on the community here, and not just this community, though. They said America as a whole. They said, indeed, both NASA and America has lost 7 members of its family. He called them true heroes.
Thank you very much, Chris Heimbaugh. All told, 17 American astronauts lost in catastrophes. Back in the 60s, we lost 3 on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral. And of course, 1986, 7 astronauts, including the first teacher to go into space, was lost. And of course, now another 7 as the Space Shuttle Columbia collapses and disintegrates over North Texas.
As we mentioned earlier in the newscast, 2 Channel 8 photographers were covering the shuttle's re-entry over North Texas today.
And one of those veteran photographers was Tim Hamilton, who joins us now here in the studio. Tim, I know you do this quite often, not only for the shuttle, but other occurrences because you're interested in astronomy. Tell us, walk us through what you were doing this morning.
This morning I was doing what I normally do. You call up NASA Select and listen in. And
on the radio, or how do you do that?
Through the internet. I'm sorry, through the internet.
Uh-huh.
And once they fire their braking rockets, you can almost time it to the second when they're going to be over Dallas. It's posted on numerous websites and everything, and you just walk outside and look up, and there it is.
Mm-hmm. And we've done this many times.
Sure,
but why did you shoot it today? You don't always shoot these re-entries.
Since the shuttle's been going to the International Space Station, most of the re-entry paths don't come in over Dallas anymore. They come in over Cancun, Cozumel, and across the Gulf to Florida that way. Because this was a scientific mission and not going to the space station, it came in over Dallas.
Tim, as you were shooting this, as you were taking the video of this, did you hear the sonic boom? Did you hear an explosion? Did you hear anything?
Sure. My wife and I were both outside, and we both did hear the explosion, but that was much later, much later. I had time to shoot the video that you're seeing now. It went completely across the horizon. I had time to go back and get a big wide shot of everything, of the trail that was still in the sky, and it was probably another good 4 or 5 minutes after that before we heard a big thump.
Really?
One big single thump.
So it disintegrated, you saw, right before your eyes.
Sure.
And then you heard the sound 5 minutes later?
Mm-hmm. When it got almost even with Dallas is where it really started falling apart. And the big pieces that you're seeing now, when they start flying in formation like that, that's just not normal. Mm-hmm. That's something that's way out of ordinary. I've seen this a lot of times, and sometimes there are small pieces that cook off, and there'll be just little specks. Mm-hmm. But to have big pieces like that in formation, that is very unusual.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, Tim Hamilton, once again, a veteran Channel 8 News photographer who also happens to be quite an astronomy buff and covering this for us. Quite a sad occasion, though. Yes. Thank you so much, Tim.
Let's go back to Houston. John McKay is there at the Johnson Space Center. He's been there all day. John, what do you have for us?
Well, Scott, all day long there have been small memorials that have been coming up to the astronauts who have died. In fact, outside the Johnson Space Center, a number of people have been coming out since early this morning, just a few minutes after the accident itself. Show you some pictures from outside the Space Center's administrative facility here, Houston Mission Control. People have been coming throughout the morning. They brought flowers. You've seen people with signs just gathering in front of the Space Center, expressing their condolences, not just to the astronauts and their families. Of course, they're sorry for them, but also to the Space Center family. People are very close-knit in this area, and the Space Center facility has strong ties to the community here in the southeastern part of Houston. People were gathered here trying to let them know that the whole country is thinking about them.
Just shocked. All the things that happened just wasn't needed.
So they understand the tragedy?
They do. Marshall told us this morning he understands that they're in heaven, and they understand.
For the people in Israel, to let them know that we feel their loss as well, and we care about them, and we love them, you know, and to let them know that, you know, this is going to be a historic moment for them, because they're going to have their first astronaut to go up in space.
Again, tonight, the people who are here in this area all feel that this is not just a national tragedy, but an international tragedy. We have things that have been going on here all day long. People are gathering. What's going to happen now, there are going to be a number of different memorial services that are going on throughout Houston, not just tonight. In fact, a few church services, but tomorrow. As we were coming into the Johnson Space Center area today, we saw the signs of different restaurants, and at those restaurants, what we saw were signs telling the Columbia family, in other words, the folks here at the NASA facility, of the deep condolences of everybody here in Houston. Now, our Shelley Koffler has been in Austin today. She joins us now with more on all that. Shelley?
Well, John, Governor Rick Perry held a press conference this afternoon to talk about what the state is doing in the aftermath of this tragedy. Also, of course, to send his condolences and the condolences of the state to the families of those astronauts who were on the shuttle today. Governor Perry described the state's role right now as one of search and recovery, assisting the federal government in the search and recovery of the debris. The state has activated its Emergency Operations Center here in Austin. This is an underground, secure facility below the Department of Public Safety headquarters. State agency heads have gone there. They are standing by in case their assistance is needed to respond to anything that might happen out in the field. One of the concerns, as you well know, is for environmental problems that may occur because of this debris and because the shuttle had toxic chemicals associated with it. The governor today, then, along with the head of the Texas National Guard, talked about this problem and what they are going to do about it.
The 6th Civil Support Team is an organization that has the capability of diagnosing hazardous material, whether it's biological or toxic in any capacity. They have just been deployed. They have not been in the field at all, and we're just waiting for the authorization if there's a need to test any of that material.
So they're not responding to something?
It's a precautionary movement.
That's correct. We have no definitive evidence of any hazardous materials at this particular point in time. Again, we're responding to have these different groups in place in the possibility that it could be.
Tonight in Austin, the flag flies at half-staff over the Capitol as Texas helps respond to this tragedy. The state has sent National Guard soldiers and 2 helicopters to East Texas to aid in the search and recovery of the debris. The National Guard Environmental Testing Unit that you heard the governor and the general talk about, it has also been deployed. It is being sent to Lufkin. It is able to detect chemical, biological, and nuclear agents that might be located in Lufkin. The Amber Alert System and also the Department of Transportation billboards are being activated. They will carry messages to tell citizens not to handle the debris, and if, of course, they find the debris, to contact the authorities. Now, there is a statewide number that Texans can call if they have spotted shuttle debris. That number is 1-800-525-5555, 1-800-525-5555. In closing today, the governor said that the state has learned a great deal since September 11th about coordinating these emergency efforts with federal and local officials. And today, all of that planning and preparation is coming due, and they think that they will be able to coordinate well and hopefully assist in finding the debris and recovering it, giving it back to NASA so they can put together the pieces of this puzzle. Reporting live in Austin, I'm Shelley Koffler. Gloria, back to you.
Thank you, Shelley.
All right, Shelley, thank you. And to avoid any kind of confusion, the network that is put in place for the Amber Plan is giving that number out. And the text dot signs that you see, the electronic signs on the interstates, are also putting that 800 number out, and the caution and the warning not to touch any of this stuff. So we didn't want you to think that there was any confusion with the
Amber there is
alert.
no Amber Alert per se. No,
it's just the network that's been put in place where that is going to help.
Correct. And as we've heard, they found debris as far northwest as Burleson, and we're likely going to hear more about that tomorrow as we get daylight again. Joining us again is Channel 8's Byron Harris, who is our aviation shuttle expert. We're finding out just how much you know about the shuttle, Byron, and it is quite a lot. And you mentioned earlier that you've been interested in the shuttle because you were there in 1981 in the first launch of Columbia, which is the oldest shuttle in the fleet. 28 missions under its belt, and of course today its last mission over North Texas. You've been able to digest everything from all the news conferences today, what the people in NASA have been saying, and I heard one of the officials, I believe it was Ron Dittemore, the project manager, program manager for NASA, say that they have hints of what went wrong. Could you pick up on those hints?
Well, sure. I think these are some of the things that are emerging now that we're going to hear about tomorrow. And it gets back to this external fuel tank, this thing. And this is why. If you had a chance to closely listen to the news conference, this fuel tank, chunks of it, have broken off before, at least one more time that we know of. And this fuel tank is made by Lockheed Martin in Mississippi. Now, what we're going to find as this investigation moves forward is more questions about, did they know that there were disintegration problems with this fuel tank, and when did they know them, and where was this disintegration? Because you're going to see, later on tonight, we'll get back to this photo, but you may remember seeing earlier today a picture of the shuttle inverted as it took off, and this part circled back here. That part being in question as to whether a chunk of the external fuel tank broke off.
That was back in January 16th when it launched,
that
correct?
was the launch, the first launch, but there was an earlier shuttle that also had a problem. And of course, as investigations and politicians get into this, they will come back to that previous incident. Of course, there's only really 2 space companies in the United States right now, Boeing and Lockheed, so we can't necessarily take, first of all, we can't associate Lockheed Fort Worth with any of this because they don't build space materials.
They build jets.
They build jets. But that's going to be an issue, and I've had a chance to go back upstairs and listen to some of my voicemail messages and talk to some sources. I talked to a county judge in Palestine who said debris had, a former county judge who said debris had fallen in his community. I don't think we've had anybody down there yet, and that there were teams gathering material. And I talked to another a novelist named Payne Harrison who actually writes novels. He's from Dallas, and he writes novels about high-tech adventures. He's a fascinating guy. And he clued me into another thing that may be an issue later. That's called the zipper effect. Now, we talked about the tiles on the bottom of the space shuttle and how they're
heat-resistant tiles.
Heat-resistant thermal tiles. Now, earlier in the shuttle program, these tiles came off quite frequently, and after every shuttle flight, Rockwell, which built the shuttle, would actually go over the aircraft and check to see if any tiles were missing and make sure they were all stuck on well. He talked about the zipper effect. The zipper effect is a phenomenon that has been theorized but has never actually happened, in which if one tile came off, would it create a situation where a whole bunch would come off? Now, we have no evidence of that at this point, but we know, recapping, that the left side of the aircraft is the one in question. We know that the left side of the aircraft was the one that a chunk of the fuel tank hit on launch, and we know that the thermal sensors began to go wrong on the left side of the aircraft today.
We know that a chunk of the booster rocket hit. Could there have been more? Could there have been, I hear stories about ice forming, the condensation, the ice on the side of the thing. Could that be strong enough to cause any problem?
Well, ice is dense, and it's heavy, and it's hard. The ice tends to break off on launch just because the shuttle is vibrating. If you've ever been to one of those launches, one of the excitements is that it's vibrating like crazy, and even though you're 2 miles away, it's like you're standing next to a jackhammer.
Wow. It's thunderous.
Right, and that breaks off that ice. But, you know, that ice could have been a problem. The early information we have is focusing, though, on a chunk of that fuel tank.
Okay. Well, Byron, we'll be talking to you throughout the evening, and once again, thank you for your expertise in this matter.
We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, President Bush was at Camp David, Maryland this morning when the shuttle fell apart over North Texas, but a motorcade brought him swiftly back to Washington to address a saddened nation. Channel 8's Washington correspondent Jim Fry joins us live now from the White House with more. Jim?
Well, Gloria, what a president can do in a situation like this is to reflect the sorrow of a nation. The president did that in a speech from here in the White House early this afternoon. The president also placed a call to the Prime Minister of Israel, Ariel Sharon, to express condolences over the loss of that nation's first astronaut. By midday, the president rushed back from Camp David by motorcade instead of by air because of rainy weather. At the White House, he consoled the astronauts' families by telephone, and shortly afterwards told the nation the Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life.
The president said it's easy to overlook the dangers of space travel and the difficulty of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere, but he pledged manned exploration will not stop.
Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on.
With the White House flag at half-staff over a dreary midwinter landscape, the president spoke of the sudden shock and grief the entire nation shares, and respect and gratitude for 7 lost crew members.
The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home.
Well, the entire chain of command and defense chain of command in Washington was informed very quickly of the Columbia accident, although officials here have been very careful to say they do not believe terrorism is involved. Even with the defense chain of command involved, because of an order the president signed here recently, any incident of this magnitude is actually under the control of the Department of Homeland Security. And in fact, Tom Ridge, the new secretary of that department, was on the phone very early with Texas Governor Rick Perry to inform the governor of what was going on and to issue instructions regarding the debris that was raining down on Texas. We're live here at the White House. Back to you, Gloria and Scott.
Jim, I understand now that the President Bush has declared an emergency for the states of Texas and Louisiana. He's had a very busy day as well. The people in Louisiana and Texas have already said, the officials have said, that they're going to need federal help just to get all this taken care of. What did he do right after he got back to the White House? I mean, we know that Dick Cheney was in Texas hunting, from what we understand. I know that he talked to Tom Ridge. What else was he doing during all this?
Well, the president was on the phone quite a bit from early this morning in Camp David. He received the call from the NASA administrator who told him what had happened when he got back. There were more calls. There were several calls from heads of state. At one point, a call was set up to members of the families of the astronauts, and the president was on the telephone with them. This is before he addressed the nation. And after that call, the president's aides have told us that he stepped away from the room and into the Oval Office and into his private study off of the Oval Office and spent some time alone, not a lot of time. He was at the aides were asked, was that a moment of regaining composure, because the president was very emotional, apparently. They said they would not characterize it. Shortly after that, the president came out into the Roosevelt room for a briefing, and he emerged saying, "Let's go." Scott and Gloria.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim. And we, of course, heard the president's very eloquent words this afternoon, and words of comfort to the nation and the families of the folks on Columbia. But the nation of Israel also mourns today, shocked by today's disaster that took the life of the country's first astronaut. President Bush called Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon earlier today to express his condolences for 48-year-old payload specialist, payload commander Ilan Ramon.
He was the first astronaut to observe Shabbat in space. He took kosher food. It was a real beautiful experience for the Jewish people.
We were all so proud of Ilan Ramon and the whole team.
I was shocked, you know, and I'm sorry about everybody.
When you say in Israel to somebody you are an astronaut, you mean that he's not connected?
Ramon reportedly gave his troubled country something to cheer about when he blasted off aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia. His journey diverted attention from Israel's conflict with the Palestinians, which has been raging for 28 months of nonstop fighting.
The tragedy of the space shuttle happened just as services were getting underway this morning at the Temple Emmanuel in Dallas. As initial reports came in, those at the temple began including the 7 astronauts lost in the disaster and their families in their prayers.
That we are in solidarity with the families of Americans and with the Israeli astronaut who was on board, and that our hearts go out to all those people. I am sure that this is a horrible blow to the whole country, and another example of ways in which Americans and Israelis walk hand in hand, not only in celebration, but at times of sadness, too.
Stern says the message at the temple this morning was, this is a time to pull together in the community. They pull together strength and hope, offering strength and support to others. And more prayers and mourning for the 7 astronauts lost aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia in Fort Worth today. A Shalom synagogue, the Ahavata Shalom Synagogue, lowered flags to half staff this morning as news of the disaster reached there. The tragedy came as congregants there observed the Sabbath, which is a holy day of rest.
2 days into Columbia's last mission, CNN's Miles O'Brien spoke with 4 of the 7 crew members in orbit. Mission specialist Kalpana Chawla, that is, a graduate of UT Arlington, talked about the specific space work they were doing.
If you could share for us a moment of what it's like being in that space hab. It's a scientific juggling act, isn't it?
It really is. At any given time, we can be doing up to
2, 3, 4 experiments simultaneously. But it's a lot of fun. It's very stimulating, and we are enjoying it. The module is quite big, roomy, and we were able to put it in very good configuration for our work on the very first day. So it's been working out really well.
That, of course, mission specialist Kalpana Chawla, who did the first experiment in this 16-day mission. News of today's crash was difficult for students and faculty of UT Arlington. Melissa Tamplin joins us now live with more reaction from the campus tonight. Melissa?
Well, Gloria, it has been a very somber day, as you can imagine, here on the campus of UTA. 41-year-old Kalpana Chawla was the second UTA graduate to travel into space. She came to the university back in the early 80s to pursue her master's degree in aerospace engineering. And those professors who worked with her say she was a hardworking, energetic woman who was determined to succeed in her career. Now, many people that we have talked to today, the very interesting thing has been that many people have met her. In fact, some people knew her well, others had only met her once or twice, but they all say that she made a lasting impression on them, and that many of the international students we spoke with say they hope to follow in her footsteps.
It's very inspiring for all of us as being a union student. I mean, it's very hard to get to the NASA at such a place like that, but just looking at her, you know, anything is possible. It doesn't matter where you are from.
She's left a lifetime mark, especially in my life. And I know that everybody here at UTA is deeply saddened over the loss.
She was a very outgoing personality. We got to know her quite well, both my wife and I. We were invited down for the launch in '97 for her first mission, and we're actually going back for the second mission, but I got the flu the day before we were scheduled to leave and had to cancel out on the trip. And we're planning on going to Houston tomorrow. They were scheduled to fly in at 4 o'clock from Florida, and we were going to go down for that.
Kalpana Chawla, who is known as KC by many people here on the UTA campus, really did make an impression on the people here, and they have been following her mission in space. They've been watching that on the internet, as some video that we just saw a few moments ago. They say that they enjoyed listening to her tell in detail what she saw and just the love that she had for what she did. There is some quotes in an article that was recently printed here in the campus newspaper that talked about her looking over the Milky Way and also looking back on Earth and how she wished that everyone could experience what she experienced when she was going into space. So it is very difficult for them to say goodbye to her, but for all the people who have met her, they say that they know that she lived a full life and she really died doing what she loved to do the most. So that's very inspiring for everyone. Reporting live in Arlington, Melissa Tamplin, back to you in the studio.
Melissa, I heard you say in earlier reports today that KC, as they like to call her, Kalpana Chawla, kind of a mouthful there, yeah. So I'm sure that's how she got her nickname, that she didn't really see this as an obtainable goal to become an astronaut. Do you know when that changed for her?
Well, I know that the professors say that that was something that she talked about a little bit, but many of them did not know that she actually was pursuing that until the mid-90s. She graduated in '84 from here. She went on to the University of Colorado to study for her PhD, and then she applied. She actually started working for NASA in the early '90s and then applied for the astronaut program in the mid-90s, and they were very excited when they found out that she was accepted. There were about 4,000 applicants and 20 people were accepted to go into the training program. KC was one of them, so of course they were thrilled back here at UTA. But I think that that determination that she had just to come from India and to pursue her dream here, even though she knew that it may not be attainable, it never stopped her from going for it. And that's the one thing that they really talk about here on the campus that's very remarkable about her, is that she was determined. She stuck with it for several years, and over a decade later, after her time here, she was accepted into that training program and then went for her first mission in space in '97. And then, of course, her second one, this last one.
All right. Thank you very much, Melissa Tamplin, reporting from UTA, where Kalpana Chawla attended and got her master's in aerospace engineering, I believe.
That's right.
Scott?
The death of one astronaut has touched the lives of a Denton family. 41-year-old Laurel Clark grew up in Wisconsin, but she lived in Houston for the last 7 years. That's where the Clark family and the James family became close friends. The James have since moved to Denton. And that's where Channel 8's Karen Kelly joins us now live with more. Karen?
Well, Scott, the James family just returned from a wonderful Florida vacation where they watched the first mission, the launch of that mission for astronaut Laurel Clark. They were part of her extended family, a very special event. So tonight, here in Denton, they are very sad.
The first time I saw the footage, I knew that it was bad.
Denton residents Frank and Susan James are near tears over the death of their close friend, astronaut Laurel Clark.
You turned to me and you asked me.
What did you ask?
You know, what does it mean?
What? Oh, we knew.
I told her, I said, it means Laurel's dead. I didn't have to see it twice. I didn't have to hear the commentaries. I knew exactly that that wasn't a survivable event, what was being shown on TV.
The Clarks and the James grew close when they all lived in the Houston area and worked at the Johnson Space Center.
Their home is a lovely home in Clear Lake, and her nickname of Floral, she loved gardening. I mean, her yard was beautiful.
Frank James is a mechanical engineer for Lockheed who for years designed tools for spacewalks. James now works in Fort Worth on Lockheed's F-16, but the families remain close, both with young sons.
This is Ian with our son Wesley.
In fact, these are photos from their Florida vacation where they watched the Cape Kennedy launch on January 16th, part of Laurel Clark's extended family.
These are a couple of other crew members that are hosting. It was very happy, very much a celebration there.
Now, though, the memories are painful. Laurel Clark was a 41-year-old Navy flight surgeon. Her husband is also a Navy surgeon who works for NASA. He wanted to become an astronaut.
And I think challenged Laurel, since he was not doing so well, why don't you try that? And then she did, and she made it. This was a human sciences mission. This was for things that affect your life and my life here on Earth.
And James now fears that this crash will impact the lives of many families who work for NASA in the Houston area. I'm Karen Kelly reporting live from Denton. Back to you, Scott and Gloria.
Thank you, Karen. NASA officials are working around the clock, of course, to find out what went wrong with Space Shuttle Columbia this morning.
Let's go back to Channel 8's John McKay. He's in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. John?
Well, Scott and Gloria, we spent much of our time today here in Houston around the area, around the outside of the Johnson Space Center, but our Chris Heinbaugh has joined me now. He was inside as the officials from NASA were giving us the specific bits of information that they had about what was going on. And Chris, you were talking to me earlier saying that they were telling you that it was at the key point, the most dangerous point of this, right, where they say that they believe that this actually began to occur.
That's right. At this point in the flight, the temperature of the shuttle is about 3,000 degrees. That's as hot as it gets. And this is why they believe that this was not a flight issue. It's not something that the crew did, but that something happened structurally, because at this point, it is at its hottest. And if there is a problem structurally, this is the point that it's going to show up, and indeed, it appears that that is what happened, and indeed, we lost the shuttle at that point.
You know, if I'm sitting at home and I'm having some questions about all this, one of the things I thought about, and that you talked to me about, is did they have a black box aboard the shuttle?
Believe it or not, they do not have a black box, and I don't know why, but they said they don't have one of those hardened black boxes that you have in an airplane. They do collect data, flight data, voice data. They collect it down here, and it is collected on the shuttle. But there is no hardened box. So when it comes down, it is possible some of that data might have survived, but they are not holding out much hope that it did.
The beginning of all this, we've been trying to concentrate on this all day. Byron Harris has talked about it. We talked to some folks here, and that's about the takeoff and the concerns about the takeoff. Tell us more.
Well, evidently on takeoff, there was a piece of insulation, foam insulation, that came off and it struck the left side. Now, at the time, they examined the films of it, and they had experts come in. They looked very closely at it, they say, and they determined that it did not cause damage that would cause any kind of concern. Obviously, they're looking at it again, because where we lost all the sensors, the problems we were having appear to be on the left side of the Columbia, under that left wing, under the wheel well there. That's where some of the problem appears to be. So they are now coming back and re-examining that. They also said, though, do not rush to judgment. What looks like a smoking gun may not be a smoking gun. But interestingly, if there was a problem with that tile, they told us today, and they discovered a problem with the tile, there's no way to fix that up in space. They have no way to go out there and fix it. Apparently, it sounds like they can't really even send someone out to look at it. They do spacewalks, but they stay within the main shuttle bay. They said they can't actually go out, get under the space shuttle, and take a look at it. But again, they felt at the time, looking at the films, looking at the different things, this was not a problem for concern, but now, considering what's happened, they're going to take a very close look at that.
I would imagine that we all know that the investigation is obviously going to be underway, an extensive investigation, but you say there's going to be more than one investigation.
There will be. NASA is going to do an internal investigation. They've got all their engineers and technicians taking a close look at all the data. They're going to be looking very closely at the debris, and that's why it is so important, they say, that all that debris, as much of it as possible, get collected, that people do not keep it as souvenirs, because something that someone keeps could be the clue. So they want that debris back. NASA's going to be doing that, but they also have an external review that's going to take place. They will have experts from the outside come and take a look at it as well, because they want to make sure they don't miss anything, and that the public, of course, is confident that a thorough investigation was done.
Okay, and we heard earlier some talk from Byron Harris about the zipper effect. We have done an interview with a friend of Byron's who is a shuttle engineer who talked to us about the zipper effect itself and how it actually works and can work to defeat the purpose of the tile. Talked to us about some other possible problems that could have developed on the tile. Of course, we'll have that a bit later for you, but lots of key things that people are already focusing on in terms of what could have caused this incident.
That's right. Again, we've heard Byron talking about the ice, talking about the fuel tank. They're going to be looking at the tiles, that piece of insulation. They just don't know at this point, and we're being very cautious not to jump to conclusions. They are also being very cautious. We're hopefully going to hear more. They've scheduled a press conference at 12 o'clock tomorrow, which should be about the next time we'll get some more news.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris.
Thank you.
Again, it's going to be noon tomorrow that we'll next hear from NASA. Of course, they need some time to rest from all this. It's been a difficult day for them, as you might imagine, to try and chance for them to just gather their thoughts, to console each other, console the families, and of course for the community to gather around them. But for now, that's the latest information from here at the Johnson Space Center. Scott, Gloria, back to you.
Thank you very much, John. We heard John and Chris talking about Byron Harris, who's been here with us all day long to discuss the shuttle. You're quite an expert in it, Byron. As I was preparing to come to work today, I mentioned that the shuttle had gone down to my children, and one of my sons asked me, could it be possible that it was hit by an asteroid? And at first I thought that was quite a bizarre concept, but you say it's not so bizarre?
Well, it's not an asteroid, giant asteroid, probably not.
Right.
But a little micrometeorite, space is full of them. We often think that space flight is free of danger, just getting off the ground, getting up there, orbiting, then we're home free. Not true. It's very dangerous. There's micrometeorites, there's meteorites, there's all kinds of missiles, natural missiles up there. And in addition, we often don't think about how unhealthy space is. Astronauts suffer health effects. We never talk about that.
Yeah, I heard that they kept one guy from going back up because of radiation.
Right, they're exposed to radiation. They suffer in long-term space flight. Even after a couple of weeks, the bone density goes down. They get an effect called big head bird leg syndrome. Basically, your heart keeps pumping blood to your head, your legs get little, and ultimately that hurts you. There are many, many effects that, because of our excitement about space, we overlook. Now, all of these dangers are being brought home.
And certainly the astronauts know and are very aware of all of that, and they still go up in space.
They still do it, yes.
Yeah, and for that, they're heroes to all of us.
Yes, they are.
Thanks a lot, Byron.
And they've been dreaming about it since they were...
Yeah, I know I thought about it, but I never thought I'd really do that. But it is fascinating to me, and unfortunately, it's very sad to have to talk about it in this context today.
You're exactly right. Let's talk to Steve McCauley. We haven't had Steve on in a while. Steve has a really interesting way to show the movement of this shuttle as it went across East Texas into Louisiana, because it shows up, believe it or not, on the radar. Steve, why don't you tell us about that?
Well, Scott and Gloria, as you know, there wasn't a cloud in the sky here in North or East Texas this morning, so it was a little odd to see this reflection starting to show up on the radar screen here between Palestine and Jacksonville about 8:07 this morning. Now, of course, this is the natural ground clutter pattern over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. When I first saw this, I thought it was just a reflection of the sun. Whenever our radar spins around and looks directly into the sun when it's low on the horizon, we do get a return from the sun, and it looks very much like this, but it only lasts a few minutes. This lasted a lot longer than that. As you can see, we'll put this into motion. You can just see how that area just kind of expanded itself as the debris itself was settling down toward the Earth's surface. So it really pretty much in a straight line there from just south of Jacksonville toward Nacogdoches. And you can kind of extrapolate this line back to the west-northwest toward the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Look how well-defined and stable that is, pointing almost right toward the Burleson area and then right down southeast. If I were to extend this map, it goes almost right to the Alexandria, Louisiana vicinity. And radars from Dallas-Fort Worth, Shreveport, even in Fort Hood, near Waco, were all showing this debris field at the same time, which means there was debris in several different layers of the atmosphere all at the same time. So we knew that this was just not a reflection of the sun. And again, the upper level wind patterns from just off the surface all the way up to about 30,000 feet, the winds were all blowing in the same direction. So if you're trying to find some kind of good news in this, at least as far as searching for the debris, it looks like it should be pretty much in a solid line from the Dallas-Fort Worth area to Alexandria in Louisiana, because the winds didn't change direction as you went up and down throughout the depth of the atmosphere, so there was no wind shear out there. That's why this pretty much stayed in almost a horizontal, not a horizontal, but a very straight line, again, stretching from Dallas all the way down into western Louisiana. So, again, that is the only good news we have, at least as far as searching for the debris. Scott and Gloria.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve, for a different perspective on the search for debris. We've been talking all day to Channel 8's Byron Harris, who is our shuttle and our aviation expert. And, Byron, you mentioned that a GAO report or audit has been conducted on NASA, and it was just released yesterday?
Correct. The GAO, which of course is the watchdog agency for Congress, yesterday released a report about NASA, about some of the things it needs to improve. It doesn't specifically, it addresses many management issues. The two primary issues are reducing space launch costs and improving contract management. Both of those relate directly to the shuttle. We heard Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison today talking about the battle that's been ongoing in the Senate over cutting NASA. The three bywords over the last few years have been faster, cheaper, better. And in the cheaper category, a lot of people in Congress have been critical that NASA's budget has been cut too much. So that's one of the issues. This report will be an issue as we go forward, investigating not only what happened today, but how it might have been prevented.
All right. Thank you very much for that update on that.
And thank you for your expertise all day today. Let's do a little programming note. Tell you what we're going to do now. We're going to go back to ABC for their regular Saturday night coverage. If it is warranted, we will break into that regular ABC programming and bring you the latest information as it's available and as it's warranted. Tonight at 10 o'clock, instead of doing a normal half-hour, 35-minute newscast, we'll have a complete hour-long newscast with our reporters spread out from Washington to Florida, all over Texas, and of course we'll have everything you need to know about it.
It's all hands on deck here at Channel 8 today, and we thank you for joining us, and we want to remind you that tomorrow morning's Dallas...
And we are still live here at C-SPAN. That was WFAA-TV in Dallas, their live newscast. We will be live for a couple more hours. We're going to bring you all the events of today, what's been happening. Let me tell you what the schedule tonight. We're going to begin with Sean O'Keefe in just a minute. He's the NASA administrator. He was at the Kennedy Space Center, and he made a statement down there about 3 o'clock this afternoon, 2:30, 3 o'clock. And then President Bush spoke, and we'll bring you his speech from the White House. He returned from Camp David and spoke from the cabinet room at the White House. We're taking some phone calls to get your reaction to the Space Shuttle Columbia explosion. We'll also bring you the technical briefing that was held at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Ron Dittemore and Milt Heflin were there, and it was a about 45-minute long, hour-long technical briefing that gave a lot of facts, and we'll bring you that also tonight. And then finally, we will also bring you the astronauts' press conference that they held on this past Wednesday from space. The 7 were up in space. It's about 45 minutes long. They took questions from several sources down here, and we'll bring you that also this evening. Tomorrow on the Washington Journal, John Logsdon will be on the show. He is the director of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University. He'll be on the show to take your calls. He'll be on at about 7:45. And then at 9 o'clock, Brian Chase will be on. He's the executive director of the National Space Society. He also spent several years up on the Hill helping to do funding for the shuttle and for NASA. and he also worked for NASA for a time. So that's what will happen on the Journal tomorrow. But right now, here's Sean O'Keefe from about 1:30 p.m. this afternoon at the Kennedy Space Center.
Good afternoon. We're here with NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe and Bill Reedy, Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, with a few statements about STS-107. We will have no questions today, just a few brief remarks.
As indicated earlier, we'll make a statement today, and then at this point, and a little later this afternoon at about 3 o'clock Eastern Time, there'll be a full technical briefing conducted from the Johnson Space Center. So at this point, we're just going to give you the circumstances as we understand them leading up to this particular tragedy today. This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107, at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16. Spoke to them very briefly thereafter to advise that we had lost contact with the Shuttle Orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. They offered, the President specifically offered, full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies, and we'll have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We've pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well. In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on the part of the Department of Homeland Security. I was here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107. And we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, and ever, do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. To give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning, the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now, again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, has worked with me all morning along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center to work through the details of the events as we know them and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18. The loss of data was somewhere over north central Texas, and at the planned landing time of 9:16, we initiated our contingency action plan called the Rescue Coordination Center and initiated a search and rescue effort. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors. We have currently impounded all the data, including all the pre-flight certification of flight readiness for STS-107. And at this point, I'd have to say it's too early to speculate about the exact cause. Obviously, we're looking at all the data that we have available. Those people that have videos, those people that have still pictures, we'll urge you to contact NASA so that we can coordinate those things that might be available. And to reiterate what the administrator said, those people that may find debris, do not touch it, do not move it. Contact your local authorities, have them impound it and secure the area so that our technical specialists will be able to piece together the puzzle so that we can resolve what happened. Our immediate focus is on the crew families, and we spent some time with them. The president called. I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Today was a very stark reminder that this is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not. Each and every time I flew, each and every time my colleagues flew, we treated that with the respect that it deserved from a professional standpoint. And I have to say that as the one responsible for shuttle and station within the NASA, that I know that the people of NASA did everything possible preparing for this flight to make it as perfect as possible. My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Again, we know you all have questions, and we will have a news briefing at 3 o'clock, and we'll give you that opportunity at that time. Thank you.
And the next NASA briefing is scheduled for tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring that to you live. President Bush was at Camp David this morning when Andy Card informed the president about what happened to the Columbia. The president spoke with NASA Director Sean O'Keefe at about 10:30 a.m. and the president and Mrs. Bush drove back to Washington, which is unusual. But this is their motorcade coming back down from the mountains in Maryland, about an hour and a half north of Washington by car. The president had a conference call with the families at the Kennedy Space Station at about 12:45 today. He also spoke with Prime Minister Sharon of Israel, Vicente Fox of Mexico, President Chirac of France, and President Putin of Russia before his 2 p.m. address to the nation.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kalpana Chawla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when spaceflight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there is comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same Creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families, and may God continue to bless America.
(202) is the area code for all of our numbers. 585-3880 if you live in the East and Central time zones. 585-3881 if you live in the Mountain or Pacific time zones. And 202-585-3882 if you live overseas and would like to phone in. And we also have a 4th number set aside, 202-585-3883 if you are an eyewitness and you'd like to talk about the Space Shuttle Columbia, but we do want to hear your reaction. Canton, Ohio, you're first up.
My name's Tina, and the first thing, I really grieve for the families, but the second thing is we did lose sight of God. Every religion we have in the United States has a higher power, which they called their God. We lost it in schools because you were not allowed to pray or take Bibles too much. They left out under God in the Pledge of Allegiance. And I've recently seen in the military, you cannot say God bless only by one area of the branch. On our money, though, it says, in God we trust. Does anybody ever think maybe God is upset? The higher power that everybody has is actually upset? And that's what's happening?
Cleveland. Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
Hi, you're on the air.
Yes. Okay. My name is Elaine Saffron, and I'm a 75-year-old disabled widow. What I wanted to say, number one, is that my most sincere condolences go out to the families of those 7 brave people. But I wanted to mention that I was also witness 17 years and 8 days ago to the Challenger's liftoff explosion. I happened to be in Connecticut at the time because I had a newborn grandchild, and she was born on January 20th. So I was there for that, but I will never forget what I saw that day as far as the Challenger, nor what I saw today.
What we're showing you there is video from January 16th of the Shuttle Columbia on its 28th mission. Those are some of the astronauts getting ready that you saw right prior to this liftoff. Denver, you're on the air to talk about Space Shuttle Columbia.
Yeah, hi. I'm Anil, and Indian from Denver. My heartfelt condolences to the families of the astronauts. May their souls rest in peace for the astronauts. May God give solace to the families. It was a real shock to me after I got up today morning. Thanks to the media for covering this so well.
Caller, can I ask you, were you following Kalpana Chawla as an Indian?
But yeah, I used to read a lot on her. If you go to rediff.com, there's a big note on her family thing.
If you go to where?
Rediff.com.
Fearless?
REDIFF.
Okay.
Rediff.com. It's a website of India. And you read about her family, the struggles had to make. And I'm really saluting these astronauts.
So the Indian papers, the Indian media really followed this closely, followed her progress?
It's been followed very closely since the morning. Everyone is in a big mourning stage. There have been people who have been praying in the temples. I read a lot about it. I'm really sad for all these people.
Lacey Washington, you're on the air.
Yeah, this is Frank Guesswine. My heart and prayers, I'm sure, unite with all the other people all around the world, not just the United States, for the astronauts and the families and the team members who on the ground who make this all happen. And I'm just really saddened by what happened. My eyes have just been glued to this tragedy, but know that the American spirit will survive and will go on through prayer and through intelligence, and my prayer is that they will find the cause and that we will continue to move forward as everyone has expressed. But my prayers are with everything that's happened here, and for the president also and his family.
This probably isn't the clearest map, but at least gives you an idea of what this supposed debris field, the size of it. If we get down a little closer here, you can see that they're talking about debris being spread throughout Louisiana and Texas, right in this area, kind of bordered by Highway 49, Highway 10 through Lake Charles, up Highway 45 and then across Highway 20. In this area right here is where they're saying the debris from the shuttle will have landed, and that's where they're looking right now. Hayward, Wisconsin, you're on the air.
Yes, I just wish to give my heartfelt condolences to the families, the loss of their loved ones. First, I have to say I believe in God with all my heart. I believe in America, and I believe in our president, and I believe in our military. And without these, we can't survive. So for the loved ones of our missing people today, I'd just like to tell them, it's a small poem that I wrote a long time ago, but it speaks to the heart. And that's when their name was sweetly written. No, I said that backwards. I'm sorry. When their golden sun was setting and their paths no more they trod, may their names be sweetly written in the autograph of God. And I believe that our president is doing the right thing because war is a necessary evil.
Caller, when did you write that poem?
Oh, it's been a good 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. I wrote it for a friend who passed away about a year later, and it's one of my favorites that I wrote. But it says everything there is to say about life and death. And I believe those 7 souls are with God. And I believe that America will come out on top because God is our leader and our president does believe in him. And I'm thankful for our country, for the love we share with each other, and for a president who loves God.
Oh, sorry, caller. I apologize. I thought you were finished. Terre Haute, Indiana.
Yes, I happened to be working in Washington, D.C. at the time John Glenn went up the first time. And I remember going to the parade they had for him and standing in awe that someone had gone into space. And you look at that team of astronauts, different colors of skin, cultures, but we all have two things in common. We all have a heart, and we all have red blood. And why can't we all live together in peace and love? And I'm 62, but still when I hear the national anthem and see our flag, I get tears in my eyes and goosebumps. And God bless our president. He did a very good job today addressing the nation. And thank you for your program.
Chicago, you're on the air. What are your thoughts?
Hello, is this Chicago?
Chicago.
Yes, I was born in 1950, Cocoa Beach, Florida. My father helped fill in the swamp that made Cape Canaveral. And in the 3rd grade, I stood on the beach and watched the first liftoff of the first successful unmanned flight. And in the 3rd grade at Patrick Air Force Base Elementary School, our teacher came in and said, "You are the future." And we believed it. And that science has been an important part of my life ever since. It breaks my heart to have people come up and tell me that we did not go to the moon. And when you see this today, I hope in memory that we rededicate ourselves to science. We could take the money from a missile defense shield and put it into our shuttle program, the International Space Station, and our dream of the stars. And I want to thank the people of the world who have called in their kindness to comfort us. And it's not God bless America, it's God bless the world. This is our dream, and it started in 1950 for me, and it's carried me through my whole life. This tragedy today reaches out to everybody who worked in the space program from the beginning, and it's just heartbreaking. And thank you, C-SPAN, for allowing people to pour out their grief. And thank you, world, for caring. Thank you.
Hobart, Oklahoma, you're on the air.
Thank you. Well, most people do care, but there were a lot of Democrats that's called in today. And I know that they dislike President Bush, but I didn't know just how much they hate him and the viciousness they show. And on a day like today, you know, they have to be political. They have no more credibility anymore calling and complaining like that. They could at least show some respect for him today. I've heard so many things said till it's just heart-sickening. And another thing I was going to mention, I heard an atheist call in this morning. He was really complaining about, I guess, a lot of the Christians and maybe some that aren't Christians, talking about God and how much, he means to them and how much he loves us and everything. And then he was just raising Cain, and then he says, "Good Lord." I wondered why he used the Lord's name if he didn't think there was any. But anyway, I just wish these people that are, or these idiots rather, that are being political about this, it's just ridiculous, and they have no credibility. Thank you.
Grand Junction, Colorado, you're on the air.
Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. My name's Helen Cross, and I'm from Grand Junction, Colorado. I can recall sitting in a huge classroom in my newly built high school and watching the first space shot go up. And I remember coming home that night, and my dad told me, he said, someday people are going to be walking on the moon, and they're going to be circling the Earth in spaceships. And he was right. And that was the dream that these 7 people grew up with. And I think that's what we need to keep in mind, is we all have to be able to dream. And the dreams can come true. We just have to work harder for it. But I have heard people, like the one lady said, calling in from all over the country, the Arab gentleman today. I was touched by that because I know some Arab people, and they called some friends of mine who are connected with NASA, live here in Grand Junction. They're retired here, and they expressed their condolences to them also. And, it's not just a NASA family, it's a world family. And, again, like the President said, God bless these families and God bless the USA. Thank you.
Brooklyn, you're on the air. Brooklyn, New York.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is James Haynes, and thanks for taking my call. I have given my condolences to the world and all of the people and the families that was with the shuttle program. But I am looking at the outer space. There's too much stuff going up there, and we need to get some companies to recycle the stuff that's in space to stop tearing up our equipment when it go up there. We have too many things that goes wrong. The Challenger, there was an oil ring that went bad. They should have used a stainless steel oil ring, which would take all kinds of heat, would never have happened. But we must do whatever is necessary to make the space program 100% safe. That's all I have to say. And God bless America, and God bless the world. We live in a very, very large society here, and this earth is very, very large, and God made us all. We got to do away with a lot of other things before we can make this thing 100%. Thank you.
Dallas, good evening. Dallas?
Hi, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry.
I live actually south of Burleson in a city named Keene, and I guess they found some of the stuff in Burleson, actually. I actually work in Plano, which it's a good ways, from here. It's about 70 miles. And I was driving down the road, and my whole truck suddenly started shaking. And I stopped my truck, and I got out, and I heard that, after I got out, after the shaking, I heard this boom, and I looked up, and there was like clouds, smoke in the sky. I didn't know there was a shuttle flight. I didn't realize that, but I guess that was what was going on. I didn't know if it was nuclear or what. With everything going on in this world, it's hard to know what's going to happen. But with everything happening, man, we all need to stand together. We need to just forget black, white, forget Mexican, whatever. We all need to be one. This is the United States of America, and God bless us. That's pretty much all I got to say.
There was a briefing this afternoon at the Johnson Space Center, and we're going to bring that to you in just a few minutes after we finish taking your phone calls. And we're also going to bring you the news conference that the astronauts did on January 29th. They did that from space, and we'll bring that to you at about 10:15 Eastern Time this evening. But our next call comes from Madison, Wisconsin.
Yes. I was calling to say that I'm really sorry that for the people that had passed on with the crew, but I was also wondering, I'm not exactly sure why NASA is sending everybody up to space, but I'm just wondering how far these guys are going to be going before they're going to stop having these incidents of people dying. And I'm sure that it's not their fault, but they need to make something extremely safe for these people to go up. And they should probably stop sending people up until they know for sure 100% that they are going to have no bad risk whatsoever. And again, just wanted to pass our condolences to all the people that's there. And President Bush is doing the best job that he can do, and people's going to have to realize that if we have to go to war, we're not going to have peace until we go to war to do what they need to be done, and people's just going to have to learn to be behind them. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
San Diego, you're on the air.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I'm a student at Middle Tennessee State University, and basically I was calling to send out my condolences and basically to reiterate the fact that this situation is not really about us, and it's not about politics, and it's not about all the other issues right now. I just cannot stress enough how important it is to put these families first, and for all of us to understand that in technology, sometimes there's trial and error, and we can't get everything 100% right every single time. And basically to make sure that we give credit where credit is due to the brave men and women that put their lives on the line for the benefit and well-being of all of us. And it's something that should be commended and really appreciated.
Caller, where did you say you go to school?
I go to Middle Tennessee State University. My name's Loretta Jennings.
And what are you studying?
I'm in the concrete industry management program. Actually, I'm attending a NRMCA conference in San Diego, and we've been watching television since this happened after one of our meetings today. Well, and we were shocked, and it's been an issue, a topic amongst us today, and we just cannot say enough how sincere we are in our condolences to the family. And there's a great amount of appreciation that we would like the families to know that we have for what their families have done for us and for us in the United States and all of the Americans worldwide.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to share your thoughts with us. Earlier this afternoon at the Johnson Space Center, Ron Dittmore and Milt Heflin, flight director and flight manager for the shuttle, held a news conference, and here it is.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Johnson Space Center. I'd like to introduce the panel for this afternoon's briefing. On the dais here to my left is Ron Dittmore. He's the Space Shuttle Program Manager. And to his left is Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. I'll have brief remarks from both gentlemen, and then we'll throw it open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
I'm sure you understand how difficult a time this is for us right now. We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. And we're learning to deal with that. There's certainly a somber mood in our teams as we continue to try to understand the events that occurred. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Ilan. True heroes, and we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. As difficult as this is for us to do, we wanted to meet with you and be as fair and open with you, given the facts as we understand them today. We will certainly be learning more as we go through the coming hours, days, and weeks. We'll tell you as much as we know. We'll be as honest as we can with you, and certainly we'll try to fill in the blanks over the coming days and weeks. As difficult a situation as this is, we are moving forward. We have established a number of different teams. We have contingency plans for just these types of events, though we never expect to use them. We have implemented these contingency plans. We are preserving data. We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful, and we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered. We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately, but at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. Good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors, in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and it's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Milt. First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today,
we're marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, you know, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard hydraulic systems. And this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear tire wheel well, brake line, and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time, the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple of minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the left side of the vehicle, the left wing area. The off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost the measurements. Don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest minute. Around 7:59, then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tire temperatures and pressures off-scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sensed on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was flying with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet, and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3. And the flight control team, during this time, again, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly begin to know that we had a bad day.
That's all I've got. Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone, and please give your name and affiliation first. And we're going to start here in Houston and then go around to the other NASA centers. So let me see a show of hands, and we'll try to get somebody to you. Let's just start right here along the front row and work this way.
Hi, Melissa Jacobs with the Fox News Network. Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us.
Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions that you're going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Well, of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence. We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in the McCool facility in Louisiana, where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on a path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled Progress launch tomorrow, and that Progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, certainly there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster.
Okay.
My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin. And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human spaceflight. It piques our interest, it captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning, immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land. One phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet, I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. I received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also.
Well, yeah, it is. The community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these. And each time you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The space flight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together. Okay, thanks.
Eric Berger with the Houston Chronicle. Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now.
An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire.
Okay, right over here.
Chris Heinbaugh with WFAA TV in Dallas. You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m., we did have another set of 4 measurements in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off-scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbiter, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and a crew, and a call might go to the crew. These were measurements that did not have, we have many measurements on board. Not all of them are enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication. We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, you know, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him.
I'm Brian Sasser, KPRC TV here in Houston. We had heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern, and that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us. And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was the cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get that gentleman right back behind him.
Ryan Korsgaard from KVUE TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
Well, there's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. Stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a roll reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue, and so we were getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay. Anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding that, whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working, and they're all result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly train for it many, many times over. So it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it, as they are trained to do, and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, and all this happened in a very short period of time, we knew that something was not right. Now, you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of the spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalk. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability, as you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay. On this particular mission, there was no remote manipulator system. There was no arm. And so all we had trained to do from a spacewalk perspective were those things that might be an emergency, or a latch did not work in the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair of tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, grab right there next to you. No, right here next, yeah.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle was, debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
It's news, isn't it?
Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dittemore, Ann Gesselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
Let's see, you respond about the Mission Control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that, and I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Get this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron, Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches area from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good communication going about that. He grew up on an Air Force base, Fairchild Air Force Base. Spokane, Washington. I also grew up in Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. He went to the same grade school I did. We had a very common early beginning, but I told him that I was his pathfinder. And so we had a good relationship. And we talked many times about how he had met his wife in Spokane. I also met my wife in Spokane. His parents lived there. My parents lived there. My wife's parents lived there. A lot of commonality. I'm going to miss Mike. I'm going to miss the closeness that we had.
Can you reach this person right here?
Sanjay Bhatt, Cox News Service and Palm Beach Post. We heard that earlier today that this crew was very passionate about the work they were doing, the scientific experiments that they were conducting, and we heard that that their loss would not be in vain. What I'm wondering is how many of the experiments aboard, in terms of the data being collected, required that the astronauts in the craft return safely to Earth? And because there were some new laboratory modules on this craft, is there anything to suggest that those could have contributed at all to what we saw?
Well, Ron, I don't have the answer to it. Maybe you do on the number of experiments that we have to have the return of the heart. I don't have that. I'm sure we can get that for you. And I can't imagine a space hab being on board back in the cargo bay had anything to do with this.
Let me just say something about the science. This vehicle on orbit, we kind of pinched ourselves over the past 16 days. This vehicle performed flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. Science was a premium. The folks on the ground were just ecstatic with the amount of science that they were reaping, and they were looking forward to getting much of that information back on the ground. Certainly some of it was downlinked to the ground prior to entry. Some of it will be their legacy. Others had to come back and be analyzed, in which that particular part of the science would be lost. But it was an amazing mission, and we were ecstatic over the results and looking forward to talking to the crew and telling them what a great job they had done. And so it is a painful experience for us to lose our friends and recognize that things were going so well and turned out so badly.
Valor, Time Magazine, could you share with us the last words that came from the crew?
Well, a while ago, the last transmission that we got was, it had to do, I think a while ago I discussed that there was a measurement that gave an indication to the crew and an alert that they acknowledged. I can't tell you what they said at that time. I don't know what the word was, but it was the sort of thing that when something like that occurs, that the crew's response is fairly typical, just to let the ground know we see that. That's how the routine works, and that was the last transmission from the crew that I am aware of. And I think as we go, as we go through and peel this apart, we'll have more information like that we can share with you.
Okay, I got time for 2 more questions here before I need to go to the other NASA centers. Grab this gentleman and then this young lady on the next row.
Elizabeth Lee with KHWB Television. A brief loss of communication, has that happened before during re-entry? And if so, when you did lose communication, was there still hope that perhaps it was just brief? And at what point did you realize that it was something more grave?
We lose communication from time to time for various reasons. We certainly lose it during the orbit phase. We've lost it sometimes for a whole revolution of 90 minutes. On entry, though, we understand that any dropouts generally are brief. And if they do occur, they occur during the peak heating time frames when the plasma around the vehicle as it is at its maximum extent. And so a brief dropout at this time period is no reason for us to be concerned. Our experience is we gain it back fairly quickly. Our concern at this time was that as we made several calls to them, they did not respond. We made several more calls to them via UHF, which is usually as reliable as anything, and they did not respond. And it became apparent to us that we were in difficult circumstances.
Okay, last question right there. Go ahead.
When you guys first got that anomalous sort of readings where you were unclear of, you know, something strange is going on, at that point, was it a situation where you guys were committed? I mean, there was nothing you could have done about it. As soon as, when you first saw those readings at you know, that things went blank or whatever, was there any corrective action whatsoever at that point that you could have done?
Nothing that we could do. Just observe and see if there was going to be any future downstream impact to the landing. In fact, if that's all we did was lose those 12-odd sensors, no impact to this flight at all. We would have come back and repaired the sensors. They don't impact the flying qualities of the vehicle. They don't impact the insight into how we control the vehicle. All they do is provide us information on how the systems perform so that when we turn around the vehicle for the next flight, gives us indications of where we should look. Did not affect and would not affect the flight given just the sensor by itself.
Okay, let's go to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for questions, please.
Yes, this is Marcia Dunn of the Associated Press. Ron, I have a written report from earlier in this flight that there was a potential for a large damage area to the tile, and given that, I'm wondering how and why was it deemed minor by NASA? And do you have any idea how much of a damage area may have been left on the left wing and how big that piece of foam was that came off?
We have a pretty good idea how big the size of foam was. What we don't understand very well was what the actual impact did to the tile. And so we have to use our analysis and our engineering expertise to help us understand how a piece of foam of certain weight and density impacting the wing at certain velocity, what it does to the tile. And our experts gathered together, and we have people in this system that have worked on these tiles since the beginning of the program, and we understand how the tiles function, we understand the tile's ability to withstand damage, we understand the thermal characteristics of the tile both on the surface of the tile and at the base of the tile. And as we got together and reviewed this information, we were convinced technically and analytically that the tile would not, the impact of the debris on the tile would not represent a safety of flight issue. In fact, we were anxious to come back and get the handheld film that the crew takes as soon as they get to orbit of the external tank. As it's moving away, we asked them to take pictures of the external tank so we can understand exactly where the foam was shed from the tank. And we were anxious to get that piece of information because we felt that we needed to analyze it so that it would not occur on future flights. We have a flight readiness review coming up for the next flight. It was scheduled for February the 20th, and we knew we had some technical work to do to make sure that we understood why this piece of debris came off. We were not concerned with Columbia. We felt we had analyzed that, and we felt we understood it such that it was not a thermal concern to us, did not represent a control issue or a safety of flight issue. And again, I'm going to caution you that that is the case today. We have no information that would say that is not the case. We are going to go look at it again to see if there is a connection between what Milt talked to you about and the fact that we had a debris impact on the tile. And there's some other things we need to go look at. The tile is just one. And so we were satisfied that we did the proper work, and across the community, our safety, our quality, our crew members, our flight controllers, and the program management reviewed the technical analysis and agreed to a person that it was not an impact to this flight. So we need to go back and look at that, of course, but that's the events as they unfolded.
Adler from Florida today. I'm sorry to ask another question about the external tank, but has this happened before? Has foam come off the tank? Has it impacted the shuttle? And what were the consequences that you saw?
We had an event on STS-112 just several flights ago where a piece of debris from the same general area was shed by the tank. And this particular debris, and I can't tell you today whether it's of the same general size, but it came from the same general area, and it impacted the aft skirt on one of the boosters. Superficial damage occurred. When we got the booster back in port and looked at it, evaluated it, reviewed it technically, discussed it at the following flight readiness review, which was STS-13. We as an agency, as a shuttle program, decided that that did not represent a technical safety risk to us. We have from time to time debris. Ice can come off the tank, frost, pieces of debris, and they impact the bottom of the vehicle. Several years ago, we had a problem where during the launch phase, we were popcorning pieces of this insulation on a tile. It would effectively reach a certain point in the ascent, and it would popcorn out and impact the bottom of the vehicle, and it would cause damage to the tile, but not damage that was a concern from a safety standpoint, damage that when we got back we had to repair or maybe replace a tile. We have subsequently fixed that problem, and as we were looking at this particular problem of debris shedding in this one bipod region on STS-112, we said, well, we've got an area that we need to fix, and we have a turnaround discussion, but not a safety of flight issue. We flew STS-113. We didn't shed any external tank debris. On STS-107, as we looked at the films on the following day, we saw the same type of debris being shed from the same location. In this case, it didn't impact the booster. It impacted the left wing. So again, 2 occurrences in the last 3 flights is certainly the signal to our team that something has changed. It did not represent, on the first occasion, an alarm from a safety point of view. It represented a turnaround processing issue. As we go forward in our investigation, we're certainly going to look in this area and determine whether or not this was a contributor to the loss of Columbia and the loss of the crew.
This is Mike Cabbage with the Orlando Sentinel. Ron, could you talk a little about who all and what all was involved in the analysis of the tile issue after launch? Did you ever give any thought to using telescopes to look for signs of damage to the orbiter? And if you had detected extensive damage to the TPS, is there anything you could have done with the angle of attack or anything else during re-entry to have reduced stress on that part of the vehicle?
The easy part of that question is there's nothing that we can do about tile damage once we get to orbit. We can't minimize the heating to the point that it would somehow not require a tile. And so once you get to orbit, you're there and you have your tile insulation, and that's all you have for protection on the way home from the extreme thermal heating during re-entry. We have experience in the past of having events that have occurred that we have assessed using other assets to maybe get a close-up look at the bottom of the orbiter. Recall a year or 2 ago, we lost the drag chute door. Right at liftoff, it fell off, and we actually tried to take some pictures of the back end of the vehicle to see what was really there so that we can understand our thermal heating in that case. And those pictures that we received were not very useful to us. So that was part of our background. Combine that, our feeling that we didn't believe the pictures would be very useful to us, with the fact that there was not much, there was zero that we could do about it. And in this case, we elected not even to take the pictures. We believed that our technical analysis was sufficient. We couldn't do anything about it anyway. We were in the best possible position, and so we elected not to take any pictures from any other sources, and that's the way that played out.
Ron and Milt, this is Craig Cavalt with Aviation Week. I'm trying to understand, especially at the first event, the 753 event, specifically where those sensors are located relative to the wing structure or the main body structure. Can you describe that in a little more detail, please?
Yeah, they were located at the left inboard elevon and the left outboard elevon, and recall the elevons are at the back part of the wing. They're the trailing edge of the wing. And the impact, if you were trying to relate tile damage to the elevon, the impact was, of course, on the front edge of the wing. You can't draw any conclusions from this yet. We can't. It's just data that we need to go pour over and understand. If you looked at the sequence of events, Craig, you would see that our first indication was left inboard out, left outboard, which is the trailing edge of the wing. The next indication was left main gear wheel well, which was, it's like it's moving forward toward the front of the wing. But that doesn't mean anything at this point, because how we lost the sensors was, it looks like we just cut the wires. It could be that the wires were being lost at some other location, not on the trailing edge of the wing. And so we've got to piece all this together. We can't say today that there is some significance that the indications started at the trailing edge of the wing and worked themselves forward. We can't say that. Just like we can't say that a debris impact on the front of the wing, a tile, is any reason to conclude that we lost the vehicle. It's just information. It needs to be factored in with a lot of other evidence and analysis. Lots more work to do.
Stefan Philadan for the New York Times and Popular Mechanics. Ron, I noticed after the disaster, a couple of hours after, that there was a large number of mission controllers standing for quite some time in the control room, and it looked like they were listening to somebody addressing them. Who was it, and what was the discussion ongoing?
I'll take that one. We are very fortunate here in the agency, and in particular here at the Johnson Space Center, to have people in our employee assistance program, specifically Jackie Reese, who runs that program. It is a program to help employees deal with situations like this. As part of our response to this, Jackie called in and made herself available. So prior to releasing the entry team, both the front room, the room that you see on TV, and the people that support in the back rooms, we had everybody gather in that room. That's what you saw. And Jackie Reese was giving them about 5 minutes of what they should do as a human being who has gone through something like this. As you leave work and you go home, giving them some assistance, and also providing her office to be available if anybody individually needed any help. So that's what you saw. I'm glad she did it, and she's available to help us, and we will need the help in the next several days and weeks.
Let me add something to that, too. Our communities and our workforce are grieving right now. They're grieving at Marshall in Alabama. They're grieving at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They're grieving here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're grieving at many of our installations around the country. And this particular effort will help us get through difficult times for those that really need some extra help. And so we appreciate that service.
This is Jay Barbary with NBC. You said early in this briefing that you had some hints for the problem may have developed. Could you share those with us?
See, Jay, I don't recall whether I said I had hints. All I know is the data that's available to me today, and that is these sensors. It's interesting, they kind of work themselves forward from the trailing edge, but I remind myself that may not be the facts. I have indications of a debris impact on either the leading edge or the wing leading edge of the vehicle. I have some areas that I know I certainly want to go look at. I have some debris that I'm anxious to see if that would lead me down a particular path of investigation. It's one of several that we will investigate, and it's just too early, Jay, for me to speculate on where that's going to lead. As you know, we will be thorough, methodical. To be a pain in the neck, we will be, to make sure we understand it. And it's going to take us some time, some days, some weeks to pull it all together.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News for CNN. Sorry to meet you guys under these circumstances, but for Milt, can you give us the time, I guess you have an emission lapse time, when you last lost the data, and I can do the conversion, and describe what the vehicle was like at that point. You said role reversal, you gave us the altitude and velocity. Was it under autopilot? Was husband controlling it? What would it have been going through at that point?
Phil, I can probably give you part of what you asked. The MET of loss of vehicle data. Well, let's see. Thank you, Ron. We'll back up here. We had just completed role reversal number 1. It was completed at an MET of 15 days, 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 50 seconds. And he wants the altitude. Thank you, sir. It was 224,390 feet, Mach of 20.9. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we had no indication of any control problem prior to loss of data. So from a vehicle standpoint, other than what we've talked about that we saw with telemetry measurements, we had nothing to indicate the event that occurred. In hindsight, you're looking and say, well, these things will probably tie together somewhere, but we just haven't done that yet. Loss of vehicle data was at 15 days, 22 hours, 20 minutes, 22 seconds. Altitude, 207,135 feet at a Mach of 18.3. And I can't answer the rest of your questions yet.
This is Jim Banky of Space.com, I guess for Ron or Milt. Could you talk about the issue of Columbia being NASA's original orbiter, the oldest orbiter, how the age issue may or may not be a factor here? And just out of curiosity, was any of the original instrumentation still on and active that may or may not help you with additional data point?
Columbia was an amazing machine. It was the first space shuttle vehicle to fly into space. This was its 28th flight. It wasn't the most experienced vehicle. Discovery has 30 flights, at least 30 flights, if I remember it right. I don't think age is a factor. If you ever have the opportunity to look at any of our vehicles, you'll see that the vehicles are kept in just pristine shape. A lot of tender, loving care goes into the care of our vehicles so that they look brand new. That doesn't mean that there aren't areas of wear. There certainly are. There's certainly areas of corrosion. That's our job, to manage that corrosion and manage that wear so that we continue to fly these vehicles safely. Columbia, because it was the first vehicle, had a lot more instrumentation included in its design and in its structure than the other three vehicles. And several years ago, we elected to take out much of that instrumentation because it was no longer being used. And we reduced the weight of the vehicle almost 1,200 pounds just by removing instrumentation and the associated wiring. So there really is no extra instrumentation there that would add to our detective work. And what was there before we took it out was not being used.
Bill Horowitz, CBS News, and for both of you, we certainly appreciate you appearing here today. I know it's difficult. Could you tell me, please, Milt, if you told the station crew, I'm sure you have, what's happened, when that happened, and what Commander Bowersox and the rest of the crew might have said in response?
Bill, I'm not able to tell you when it happened, nor am I able to tell you the response. I was clearly not focused in that. I know we can get that for you.
I can give you the general time, Bill. It happened prior to 9:30 Central.
This is Irene Brown, and I also wanted to express my condolences to you and your colleagues. You mentioned, Milt, that Americans often wait for a tragedy to come together, and we saw a substantial boost in NASA funding after the Challenger accident. For Ron, I was wondering if you could say what you'd wish to come about as a result of this tragedy, and how much of a hardship would it be if you have to fly the shuttle manifest with just 3 ships?
My thoughts are not on what I hope to come out of this tragedy. My thoughts are still on what happened this morning. My thoughts are on 7 families, children, spouses, extended family. My thoughts are on their grief. My thoughts are on what we missed, what I missed to allow this to happen. It's going to be a difficult day for all of us.
Dan Billow with WESH TV. Ron, a 2-part question. The first part may be a little repetition, but I want to make sure that I get it clearly. Do you have any indication at all that there was excessive heating on any part of the space shuttle, whether it was wing or tires, landing gear? And secondly, would there be a possibility that there's anything associated with the bipod that could have come off that is hard along with that foam?
The first part of the question is, no, we really don't have any information that says there was excessive heating. And so when I said that earlier today, I misspoke. All we do is have information that says the sensors quit working. And if we do have evidence of excessive heating occurring, I will get back to you and let you know. I think we're going to hold some meetings with you on a fairly regular basis over the coming days, and I will bring you up to speed on if anything that I said today was erroneous, and certainly as we get new data, I'll let you know. As far as the bipod area, we believe it was foam. We do not believe it was any metal. We don't believe there's any opportunity for any metal to be shed. And in fact, our films show that when this particular debris impacted the wing, there was a puff of debris, like when it hit, it disintegrated itself. And so I don't believe there's any chance that it was hardware. It was all the soft foam insulation.
Jerry Hannafin, Time Magazine. Is there any indication from what you learned so far, Ron, in this incident, that maybe the stress, we're maybe overstressing this space plane in the role reversal process. I think at one point the left bank had got up to 57 degrees.
Yeah, that is not uncommon to have that type of roll reversal and bank angle. In fact, we've seen a lot steeper banks than what you just mentioned. We'll have to go back and look to see if that is a factor. That'll be part of our gathering the debris, inspecting that debris, and seeing if there's anything there that would give us a clue as to whether this was structural in nature, structural failure, whether it was thermal related or some other. So we're going to have to be some detectives and look at the debris and gather that evidence to determine what the cause was.
Along Miami Herald, if you had had a sudden break in the heat envelope or sudden heating, would that have knocked out the sensors, or would you have expected to have seen a heat measurement before they quit working?
Well, it's certainly speculative to try and understand the relationship between any thermal environment on whether that thermal environment would have translated into an area of wiring and then destroyed wiring. Hard for us to respond to that question today. Be glad to take that question in the coming weeks as we get some information where I can respond to it factually.
Yeah, you guys are trying to help us, and we thank you for that. I mean, you can continue to ask questions like this, but everything would be a speculation, and that's not fair. It's not accurate, and I know you want to be accurate.
Let me interject, because we're also need to recognize these two gentlemen have been on duty since about midnight last night. So I want to bring up a point that we are going to try to do briefings daily, at least daily. So please try to form your question appropriately so we can get through today, and I need to get them out of here fairly soon. So I need to wrap up with KSC as quickly as possible. I've got some other NASA centers to get done also before I wrap up. So let's make 2 more at KSC and then move to headquarters, please.
Gentlemen, first let me offer my condolences. I'm Robert Pankow from WFLA Radio. If you can you tell us all how the families are holding up under the circumstances, the families of the astronauts?
See, we don't have any firsthand knowledge, and I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Reedy talked a little bit about how the families reacted, both with our administrator and with the phone call from our president. So I don't have anything to add other than what was said previously.
Yes, hello, this is Philip Davis from National Public Radio. I was wondering if after the loss of communications, did you notice any deviation in the flight path of the shuttle?
When we lost communications, we also lost our ability to track the vehicle. And so we had no indications whether or not we were off the flight path. We had no indications that we had a breakup. Only later, as we reviewed the TV coverage, did we see that there was a breakup.
And in the control center, just to share with you, we have plots of the trajectory and how we're flying, and I know others stared at that for a long time because the tracking ended, over Texas, stopped, and it was, and I reflected back what I saw with Challenger.
Okay, let's go to headquarters, please. There's questions there.
This is Frank Mooring at Aviation Week for Ron. Could you give us an idea of what your investigators are going to be looking for at Michoud and when they're going to start looking?
We had already kicked off an effort, even prior to this morning, to try and determine why the debris was being shed from that bipod region of the tank. And the reason we kicked off that effort, because we knew we needed to understand it prior to the next flight. So we were already aggressively on a path that was going to try and help us understand whether or not that represented any concern to us, since now we had it 2 times in the last 3 flights. So that was a major element in our planned flight readiness review for STS-114 that's scheduled for March. So that activity was already in place, already ongoing. What we have done today is asked our external tank project team and Lockheed Martin, which is the contractor for the tank, who builds the tank, and McCool, the McCool facility in Louisiana, to isolate certain pieces of hardware, to gather data that might be pertinent to this discussion, and to make sure that we have not put in jeopardy any piece of evidence that might be helpful to us. So we've taken those steps. Those are in place or are ongoing right now, and we'll be able to keep you aware and tell you what's happening in the coming days if there's anything that comes out of this.
Charles Science Magazine. What are the contingency plans for the International Space Station in the event of a grounding of the shuttle fleet for an extended period of time?
All I know today is that I've talked with our station program management. They have been in contact with all of the international partners. They understand what happened today in the shuttle program. They are going to proceed as planned tomorrow to resupply the station via the Progress vehicle. There is a Soyuz launch that is planned later in the spring, and we know that we have sufficient consumables on board to go through the end of June without any shuttle support. Beyond that, I have no further information. I hope that we get this situation resolved in the coming weeks so that it isn't an extended period of time, but that remains to be seen. In the near term, we know we have months of adequate supply on board the International Space Station, and we also know that we can help resupply them from our international partners' resources. So that's what I know today, and we'll see how that matures over time.
This is Laura Meckler from the Associated Press. Could you tell us any more about how you'll approach the recovery of all the debris that is spread over such a large area, and what the NTSB's role is going to be in that, or what their role is in the investigation, and also how long you think it'll be before you know more about what happened today?
We have many government agencies that are helping us respond to this tragedy. The NTSB is at our disposal. We have the FBI that is involved with us. We have local and state law enforcement. We have FEMA that is also helping us tremendously. We have been assured that we will have the assets and the efforts of our government to help us wherever we need to gather debris, get it in the right locations, identify any crew remains, get them to the right locations. All that is ongoing. It's being organized. It's a tremendous effort that has been engaged and is in the process of coming together from all different agencies in different parts of the country. I don't have much more information other than those ingredients today. As these things come together, and as we start basing and we start collecting, I'll keep you informed on just how that is going and where these things are happening, and certainly we'll respond to your questions as this moves along.
Simona Chatterjee with Night Reader Newspapers. Are there any satellites that NASA, the U.S. military, commercial satellites out there that might have caught what happened, and will you be looking at images from other satellites? And just about the debris as well, you mentioned earlier that you were anxious to see certain types of debris. What types are you anxious to see? And are first responders trained for the recovery of such hazardous material?
Well, we were anxious to see the pictures of the tank. As we separate from the tank, roughly 8.5 minutes after launch, we have the crew immediately get out of their seats and use some handheld both still and motion picture video, take some shots of the tank as we're separating it from it. And we do this on a routine basis because that's our only evidence of what the tank looks like after it got to orbit. Because the tank goes about a half an orbit around the Earth, and re-enters through the atmosphere and is destroyed. So we have no physical evidence other than film. And what we were anxious to see was that film, to see if it looked similar to what we had experienced on STS-12, where we shed some debris from the same area. Obviously, we're not going to get that information. So that's what we were looking for. And if you asked me any other parts of that question, I've forgotten what they were.
That's all right.
Lisa Sylvester with ABC News. It looks like, judging from the TV reports, what you've been finding are these smaller pieces of debris. Is it NASA's intention to try to gather as much as possible and then to try to rebuild the shuttle, much the way they did with TWA Flight 800?
I don't know for a fact, but my impression is we're going to gather every piece we can find, treat this much like an aircraft incident, and see if we can solve the puzzle. That's not going to be very easy because when we had this vehicle break apart at 200,000 feet in Mach 18, it was at peak heating, and some evidence may have burned up during re-entry. Other evidence is just spread over such a wide territory that we may never find it. So we hope to get as much as we can, piece it together as experts think best to help us solve the puzzle.
Okay, let's go to the Marshall Space Flight Center, and let me make another plea to limit your questions to one. And I've got 15 more minutes for this briefing, and I'm cutting it off for the day, recognizing we are going to offer briefings at least daily from here on in. So let's go to Marshall.
Jennifer Morgano, WVNN Radio. I understand the Marshall Space Flight Center managed the key propulsion elements of the shuttle. What specific involvement will the center have in the investigation?
They, along with every other center, will be actively involved. We'll have their key managers, their technical experts, all coming together, much like the teams we formed when we solved the flow liner problem of the summer and the recent Bistra crack that allowed us to launch STS-107, the resolution of that issue. So we're going to pull together the management. We've already had meetings with the center directors. We've already had our meetings with our management at headquarters. We're already assembling the technical experts and the teams. And so we're going to make wide use of their best and brightest to solve this problem and try to understand what happened and put in the proper corrective action.
Steve Johnson, WHNT in Huntsville. Can you tell me if you learned anything from the investigations of Apollo 1 and Challenger that will help this investigation proceed more quickly?
I think what we are implementing today is a process that has been tried over time, and many of the procedures that we are implementing today were a lesson learned or an outgrowth from previous incidents, and so we're learning our lessons. We're putting them into practice, and what we have put into place today as a result of previous lessons learned. Just a side personal note, it is our mantra or our personal effort to learn the lessons of the past. It's mandatory reading for us to read the reports from the Rogers Commission on the Challenger accident. We study them, we understand them, we try our hardest never to repeat the problems of the past, and it was all of our goals never to have to sit here in front of you and describe these events again. And we're very disappointed. It's hard to tell you how disappointed we are. how saddened we are at this event, and somewhere along the line, we missed something. Or we're going to learn something new that we couldn't do anything about. But I guarantee you we're going to fix it.
Kent Falk, Birmingham News. Could you tell me who is on NASA's rapid response team from Marshall, what the role will be, and what role Marshall is playing in the foam debris investigation from the external tank?
Well, there's many superb technical experts at the Marshall Space Flight Center that are going to be involved in this investigation. I don't have at my fingertips today the names of those individuals. If we judge it appropriate in the coming days to release that, we certainly will give that information to you.
Shelby Spires, Huntsville Times, Huntsville, Alabama. Can you tell me who's leading this investigation from a center perspective? Is it coming out of Johnson, or will it come out of another center?
No, actually, this is being led as a one NASA activity. We have a mishap investigation team that is a standing team in case we have events like this happen. The chairman of that mishap investigation team is Mr. David Whittle. He is a trained individual in mishaps. He has gone to NTSB school. He works very closely with the other agencies. He is NASA's commander on the scene. He is the one that's leading our effort. He is on his way to our staging areas, and he will be our prime interface with all the other agencies to help us resolve this problem. So just a talented, marvelous team that we'll have pulled together to go do this. And it's a team that is named prior to each flight, standing ready just in case we have to do just these types of things. Hopefully, we never plan to use them. In this case, they're trained, and we have pressed them into service.
Okay, let's go to California to the Dryden Flight Research Center, please.
Hi, Nikki Jackson with KCBS Channel 2, KCAL 9 in Los Angeles, also representing all my colleagues here in California. There have been 49 landings here at Edwards Air Force Base. When the Challenger disaster happened, it's my understanding that there was a 2.5-year hiatus. You have mentioned within this press conference that future flights might be held. Can you tell me what the impact of today's terrible events will have on us here at Edwards Air Force Base?
Well, I suspect you're not gonna feel much impact at all at the Edwards Air Force Base complex. Edwards is used as our secondary landing site in case we have bad weather in Florida and do not have sufficient consumables to attempt to get into the Florida and Kennedy Space Center facilities. Recall in Challenger, one of the reasons why it was such a long delay was because we had to do some hardware redesign to make ourselves, to get ourselves the confidence that we were safe to fly. That hardware redesign was necessary to be implemented, to be developed, to be tested and certified, and that took some time to do. We'll just have to see how this particular tragedy works through the same type of engineering and technical scrutiny. If there is some hardware change, we'll just have to work through that, and we'll work through that with dealing with the requirements that keep us safe to fly, a development, a design, certification, testing type of process. Too early yet to say whether or not that's going to be the case, and we'll let you know how it proceeds.
Okay, let's go to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory for one question.
Soraya Fidel with KCBS KCAL Los Angeles. Thanks again for taking our question. How is NASA responding to the family? What has NASA told the family? And what are families saying today? How are they reacting and responding in light of all this?
I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe made a statement that reflects the reaction of the families and their heroic manner that they took the news, and I don't want to add any more than what has already been previously stated as as to their reaction.
And they will have they'll have a huge amount of support. You can guarantee it from this family here and this family across the nation.
One final question from the Langley Research Center.
Chris Dovey with the Richmond Times-Dispatch. How many tiles in a given area of surface, specifically the area where the sensors were located, could be lost before that might cause some catastrophic breach of that surface? And what do you do in flight if you have that catastrophic breach and you know about it prior to reentry?
I really don't know how many tiles. I can't really respond to that question here today. And I mentioned earlier to you that we have no capability to repair a tile. Our only recourse is to design this vehicle such that we don't lose tiles, is to design this vehicle so that we can take debris impacts and not represent a safety concern. It's been our experience that we have lost portions of tiles on the bottom of the vehicle. We have had a number of debris impacts, damage to the tiles. They have all been acceptable in that they do not represent a safety of flight concern. We would like to get a harder tile to make it more resilient to debris, but it has not to date represented a safety concern. And we have no recourse if we lose tiles. Our only effective action is to prevent the loss of tiles through design and through test, and that has been perfectly adequate up to this point.
Okay, that's the final question for this briefing, and let me end and close on a couple of programming notes for folks watching. There will be a B-roll package for the STS-107 mission that will follow this briefing immediately. The next briefing that we will hold is likely to be around noon Central Time tomorrow, but that's a very tentative time because there are some, obviously some management meetings that these gentlemen are taking part in that will occur prior to that tomorrow. So right now we're looking at around noon Central tomorrow for the next briefing here. Also, there's a lot of folks out there that may be discovering some debris from the accident. NASA has established a telephone hotline, also an electronic mail address for the public to use for reporting information that may help in the investigation of this accident. The telephone line, and you guys can certainly help us in this regard, is 281-483-3388. The website that right now should be online for folks to provide either text reports or images that they think may be helpful in the investigation for us. That website address is NASA MIT Images altogether, NASA MIT Images at JSC for Johnson Space Center at jsc.nasa.gov. And we will try to build a billboard or something like that we can put on NASA TV as well to help folks with that. So again, the phone number is 281-483-3388, and that is for the NASA hotline that has been established. Thank you, gentlemen, very much, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
This morning, the Columbia Space Shuttle disintegrated over Texas, killing all 7 crew members. Earlier this week, the Space Shuttle Columbia crew held a news conference while on a 16-day science mission. The crew talked to reporters about their personal experiences in space since the January 16th launch. This is 45 Minutes.
We've got you loud and clear, JSC.
Columbia, we're going to hand right down to the Kennedy Space Center for questions from reporters down at the Cape.
Columbia, this is KSCPAO. How do you hear me?
KSC, we have you loud and clear.
Okay. This is Phil Chen of Earth News for Willie McCool. Every astronaut gets asked thousands of times what's it like to fly in space, and now that you can finally answer the question, what's it like to fly in space, and have you had a chance to look at your hometown of Lubbock, Texas?
liken it to a smorgasbord of new and invigorating and sometimes fun and sometimes not so fun experiences. All in all, it's just been overwhelming. And in answer to your second question, every time we go over the U.S., our shift, unfortunately, has been asleep, so we have not seen anything except the far east coast of the U.S. on the early portion of our mission.
And for Ilan Ramon, same question. What's it like for you, and have you had a chance to see Lubbock, Jerusalem?
Well, it's great to be here in space. I wish I could go again and again. Although I want to come home, I miss my kids and wife. And it's even greater to fly over the U.S. and Israel. The world as a whole looks marvelous from up here.
Hi, it's Chris Kreidler from Florida Today. It's good to see you all together. It's been a long mission so far, it seems, and wondered how you're doing, if you're tired at all, and if it's been difficult to sleep when half of the crew seems to be, at least half of the crew is working at any given time.
Actually, we've been sleeping pretty well. We've got sleep stations that are in the middeck, and they've got sound suppression padding in there, and it keeps it extremely dark. Some of us wear earplugs as well, and so when you get to that level of sensory protection, I guess you might say, it's actually pretty quiet and dark in those sleep stations. And we've also made an effort to be quiet for the crew that's sleeping while we're down on the middeck, whether we're making radio calls. We'll wear headsets down there. We turn the speakers off. So it maintains a fairly quiet environment for folks.
And a question for Dave Brown. Have you had a chance to try any of those microgravity gymnastics?
Well, Chris, I have. I got to do some backflips here in the center of the module. It's big enough to do that, and that was quite a bit of fun. The other thing up here that's great fun, and we get to do a lot, is when we go from the tunnel, coming from our middeck back to our research module. And that thing is pretty long, and you can get some pretty good rolls going. You can't really do any flips, but you can do some rolls and spins while you're going down the tunnel, and that's been a lot of fun.
Hey guys, this is Jim Banky of Space.com. I guess I'll ask this of Mike. You're talking about 7 people up there doing science around the clock. You've got the space station with 3 people doing some science and a lot of housekeeping and maintenance chores. Is this what you guys are doing, an example of what space station can be like someday if you can bump the crew up? And could you characterize, you know, the kind of science experiments you're doing now versus what could be done on station?
Well, that's a good question. You know, a lot of what we're doing now is really in preparation for future flights aboard the space station. A lot of experiments that we have are really just being demonstrated and developed. And once they're fully developed, they'll reside on board the space station, and the scientists on board the space station will have years to conduct the experiments that we're trying to do here in a relatively short period of time. So the science we're doing here is great, and it's fantastic. It's leading edge. But I think once we get a 7-member crew on board the space station, you're really going to see some outstanding science in space.
Hi, it's Bill Harwood with CBS. Mike, again for you, I was just wondering, as payload commander, if you'd give us a little maybe update or characterization of the flight from your perspective in terms of how everything's been going science-wise.
Well, science-wise, the flight's been absolutely fantastic. I think a lot of our experiments have exceeded our expectations by 100%. You know, we've seen things that we really never expected to see on board this flight. For example, behind the camera, our combustion module the other day, we had a flame ball burning for over an hour and a half, which is just a new world record and just something that we really didn't expect to see. We've also got a very large cancer cell growing back there that's probably 100 times larger than we could have predicted, and it'll go a long way in the area of prostate cancer research. So overall, this flight's been absolutely fantastic. The science has been spectacular, and we just can't wait to bring it all home so the scientists can really take a close look at what we've done.
Thanks. And a question for Colonel Ramon, if I could. You know, on Flight Day 3, I asked you if you'd had a chance to reflect on the historical significance of your flight, and you said you'd been pretty busy and really hadn't had a chance to think about it. I'm just wondering, If you had time to think about it a little bit now, as you've flown over Israel a couple of times, I mean, what you think about the historic significance of your flight?
Yeah, first of all, I think that flying over Israel is great. To see your country, your state from up there so calm, so nice, so neat is really great. And I wish we will have very soon the quiet and the peace and the peaceful we see Israel and the Middle East from up here down there.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News, also for Ilan. Any thoughts about the elections? I don't know if anybody's informed you yet that Prime Minister Sharon has won, and any thoughts about what that'll mean as far as the future of the region in the Middle East as well as Israeli-U.S. relations?
Well, the U.S. and the Israeli relationship are really not connected to any election in Israel. We have the best relationship between the people of the U.S. and the people of Israel. And it doesn't matter who is the leader back in Israel. So I hope it will keep on being a very friendly and good relationship. As far as the election, yeah, I heard about Sharon, and I wish him all the best. I wish all the rest of the parties all the best. I think that back in Israel, we have election like you have in the U.S., and it's a democratic election. Some win, some maybe win the next time. We all strive for the same target, to be able to live in our country in peace and with justice.
And for Rick Husband, as the commander, first time, any thoughts about how the mission house is going? And I realized the mission management team is leaning the opposite direction, really leaning the opposite direction. But if they give you the opportunity for an additional day to make sure you can get all the missed runs and give you a little bit more relaxed pace, how would you feel about that?
Well, we've had a great time up here, Phil, and we are very happy with the way things have gone, and certainly the mission management team are the ones who have the really big picture and all the inputs from all the different experimenters and scientists and things like that. So they have to weigh all the different priorities between some of the science experimenters would like to have their experiments back right on time and would not like to extend any days. So probably what we'll be looking at is an on-time landing if the weather's good, and if the weather's bad, we may extend a day or so.
Hi, it's Chris Kreidler again for KC. Is the MIST experiment working again, and what's it been like working with the combustion module?
Yeah, the MIST experiment is working again, and combustion modules have been usually the most fun payload in the HAB module to work with. It's very interactive, and there's lots of hardware that we integrate into the module, which just makes you feel really good, sort of like raw work with your hands. And then you get to see the studies that the investigators had planned. And a lot of times, those of us, the other people who are assigned to combustion studies, they, like Ilan and Mike and Dave, if they are free, they come and hang out and ask questions. So what did you see? What did you see? And Dave did something really fantastic on his shift. When flame balls were being made, he started to name them, and so everybody got involved in that game. How long did yours last? Was that the leanest? So it has been a lot of fun working on this payload.
It's Jim Banky, Space.com again. I guess I'll ask this to Laurel. In addition to some of the major acronyms you guys have been working on every day, I guess there's a daily routine of blood draws, urine, saliva, that kind of stuff. Could you talk a little bit about that daily routine? What kind of things do you do each day that's a part of the science, that's part of the daily work. And, you know, do you have anything left to give yet, or are you all poked and prodded out?
Well, you're right. There's a lot of life science on this flight. Every morning, all 7 of us fill out a sleep log. They're doing a continuing sleep study that was started several missions ago. We're also wearing these Actolite watches. We wear them all the time except when we're exercising or doing another activity. We are taking some different medications to look at prevention of kidney stones, both here and on Earth. We have several days in which we're keeping track of all the food that we eat and everything that we drink. So we barcode, looks just like a barcode reader that the UPS guys use, and a little bit smaller version. We also have some blood draws, as you mentioned, and we've even been collecting and taking samples of our urine on several of the flights during the days. Blue Shift has 1 more blood draw left tomorrow morning, and the Red Shift has 2 more, and then we'll be done with taking our samples. And it's gone very well, very smoothly. We've gotten all the samples that the scientists need. So we're excited about hearing what the results are. Of course, we have some more work to do in that area after we land as well.
And I guess I'll ask one more of Rick in terms of the topic is landing. I've already heard some chatter from you guys about beginning to worry about where you're going to stow things for landing, start thinking about that mission wrapping up. Could you talk a little bit about, as the commander and who's got to land this thing after 16 days, you know, what you have to do to get ready again to land, and talk about your use of the, I assume you have pilot on board, the flight simulator. And then the last part of that question is 16 days plenty long enough for a commander before he's got to land, or could you go another 2 or 3 weeks and not worry about it?
Well, we do have pilot on board. It's a laptop computer and a hand controller that is exactly like the one we have here in the orbiter, and we get to practice our approaches and landings at the same gross weight and center of gravity as what we'll be at for landing day. And Willie and I will be hooking that up here over the next few days and doing some practice runs. We've also got some notes that we have taken to try and review some of the finer points, things to look for as we're coming down on final approach, to make sure that we've got all our cues just right. And then from flying the shuttle training aircraft, we flew that, I guess, just a couple days before launch was our last time to fly that, with all the great folks that teach us and maintain our proficiency with that out at Ellington Field. And to be honest with you, I think Willie and I are really looking forward to it, and we're excited about it. I think we could definitely go a little bit longer time, but I'll have to probably answer that question after the fact to be able to tell you whether or not I think we could go for another couple of weeks or couple of months, because this will be my first landing, and so we can talk about that when we get back.
Bill Harwood again with CBS with a couple of quick ones for me, and for any one of you, I was just wondering if we could have a critter update, how all your animals or insects and fish and everybody are doing up there.
Well, we take a little time each day to look in on all the little critters, and they're all doing just well. The spiders, the ants, what do we have, moths, rats, they're all just doing just great. So we've looked at them all, and they're doing great, and I think we're getting some good science from it. Most of those experiments are educational experiments, and we're beaming down video to students at schools all around the world, and I'm sure they're really excited about what they're seeing, and I'm sure they're excited for us to bring those specimens back so they can take a closer look at them.
Thanks, and a question for Laurel Clark. Dr. Clark, I've always been fascinated by people with experience or prior careers in the submarine world that end up flying in outer space. And I was just curious, 2 things. A, how the experience has been for you, being up there for so long. And B, can you give us a sense for our eventual landing stories of any post-landing data takes and stuff you guys do, how long that'll last, and what sorts of things you have to do before this mission's totally wrapped up?
Well, this has been a great experience for me. There were many similarities to being on a submarine, one of which is that if there's rough seas on a submarine, there's not much of a keel. The submarine rolls a lot. so the first couple of days you don't always feel too well. I feel wonderful now, and the first couple of days you adjust to the fluid shifting and different environments and how to fly through space without hitting things or anybody else. But after a couple of days you get in the groove, and it's just an incredibly magical place. Post-flight, we have data collections for approximately a month afterwards. For several days we'll be very busy, and then we have data collections every couple of days, but it goes out to about a month to 45 days afterwards.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News for Willie McCool. A couple of hours ago, I visited the BioPAC ground station, and they're all rather enthusiastic about the work that you've been doing for them up there. And can you talk a little bit about that, and what was the most interesting thing for you to do for BioPAC?
I would say the most interesting and probably the most challenging thing that we did with BioPAC was an experiment called Lucan, which we had to participate in on flight day 2, which was basically the day after my first, or the night after my first night of sleep on board Columbia. So that particular experiment is looking to see how white blood cells are activated to fight off diseases in microgravity versus how they work in 1G, in an attempt to try to better understand how astronauts, or understand why it is that we are more susceptible potentially to diseases. It was very active in the glove box, and so for me personally it was challenging from the sense that I was adjusting to those symptoms that Laurel was describing while having to focus and concentrate on some very tedious operations.
Sitting or floating right next to Mike, so I assume you're still talking to each other. But how did it feel to be on the correct end of the needle earlier in the mission when it took 3 tries to find the right injection for Mike?
Well, Phil, that was me, and it didn't hurt me a bit. We've trained for quite a while, and of course I've been working in a hospital for a long time before that, and some days you're right on, and some days you're not. Exactly how it felt, you'd have to ask Mike, but we're still talking to each other. In fact, he turns around and then has to draw my blood, so it's a pretty good motivation to do your best.
Hi, it's Chris Kreidler for Ilan Ramon. Have you had the results you expected from the MIDEX experiment in terms of viewing dust aerosols in the atmosphere?
Well, Chris, in the first 7 days, I believe, we didn't have any dust up in the atmosphere, but it looks like they waited until my shift, and we had a big storm, dust storm over the Atlantic, which lasted about 2 or 3 days. So I think the scientists are very, very successful with their experiments. Other than that, we had another quite big experiment with a MIDEX payload, which is called Sprite, which are actually lightning that are going up from the top of the clouds to the atmosphere, and we had a lot of lightning storms recorded.
Thanks. And we've been hearing a lot about temperature fluctuations up there, and we understand it's pretty much under control now. But was there a time on the really hot day in the Space Hab where you had to hang out with your bikinis and pina coladas, or what was going on? How did that feel?
We didn't bring any bikinis. The pina coladas would have been really nice. It was warmer, and we all got along just fine. We're glad that the temperatures are a little bit cooler. Mostly it was the payloads that several were starting to get warm. So we did a lot of things to help those out. Put some fans up and adjusted open lockers and things like that. But they all got through it just fine, and we're all very comfy right now.
Jim Banky, Space.com again. This is for KC. When you guys were talking to Expedition 6 the other day, they were trying to get you to talk about combustion module, and you were saying, you're doing science and they're doing science and we're all doing science, and that's cool. and then you went on to talk about space stuff. I was curious if you could elaborate on what, to you, is the coolest, most amazing thing about being in space.
The coolest thing for me is the experience of floating, not feeling my weight, and hanging by a window just after sunset and watch the stars in the big black dome of the sky as the earth moves underneath. I somehow try to find 10, 15 minutes every day to do that. I keep postponing or try to continue to postpone my meals so I can do that. And it's kind of fun because I have to watch where the food is going, but because my eyes are really glued to the outside. And that's easily it's just an absolutely amazing, magical, wonderful feeling to do that.
Okay, my next question is for Willie. This is the training commander in training politically charged question. Hopefully not career limiting. The State of the Union was last night, and the president talked a lot about the national agenda. Spaceflight specifically didn't really come up, and I wanted to know if you had maybe any thoughts about that. But more specifically, he did talk about charging the industry to use fuel cells for automobiles and trying to get industry to do that. As a team of folks up there who are living on these fuel cells, could you talk about, how reliable they are, how safe they are, and could you see them in your car, as you're driving around Houston?